The night loosens its hold very slowly. Darkness does not disappear all at once. It softens at the edges. The sky turns from deep black into a quiet shade of gray, like ash gently spread across the horizon. The world is not awake yet, but it is no longer fully asleep. Inside a small wooden house, the air feels still. It carries the faint smell of smoke from the night before, mixed with the scent of old wood and damp fabric. The walls hold the memory of many seasons. They have felt winter winds and summer heat, and they keep those feelings quietly inside. A child lies still for a moment. Not fully asleep. Not fully awake. There is no rush, but there is no comfort either. The body understands something before the mind does. The day has begun. Very slowly, the child opens their eyes. There is little to see. The room is dim. Shapes are soft and unclear. A low ceiling stretches above, darkened by time. Nearby, another figure shifts beneath a blanket. A faint sound of breathing fills the space. The bed is narrow. Simple. The blanket is thin. Warmth does not stay for long. The child turns slightly, feeling the cold air against their face. It is a quiet kind of cold. Not sharp, not painful, but steady. It reminds the body that the night is still close. There is no clock to watch. No numbers to count. And yet, time is already moving. The child sits up. The floor waits below, cool and firm. When small feet touch the ground, the feeling travels upward, slow and certain. It does not surprise them. It happens every morning. Across the room, someone else begins to stir. A soft cough. A quiet movement. The sound of fabric shifting. These are the first sounds of the day. They are small, almost hidden, but they carry meaning. They say that rest is over. They say that the hours ahead are already forming. The child stands. Clothing is close by, folded or placed without care. There is no variety. No choice to make. The same garments are worn again, day after day. The fabric feels rough. It has been washed many times, worn even more. The color has faded into something soft and uneven. Threads may be loose. Edges may be worn thin. But it is enough. It is always enough. The child dresses slowly, not out of comfort, but out of habit. Each movement is known. Each action repeats what has been done many times before. There is no mirror. No moment to look or think. The body prepares itself without question. And in that quiet preparation, the first hour begins to take shape. Beyond the small room, the house is silent. But not for long. A door opens gently. The wood makes a soft, tired sound. The air outside the room feels colder, moving slightly through narrow spaces. It carries a hint of the outside world, earth, moisture, and something faintly alive. The child steps into the main room. Here, the center of the home waits. The hearth. It is dark now, filled with ash from the night before. The last fire has gone, leaving behind only a memory of warmth. But the day cannot begin without it. A small hand reaches forward. Carefully. Slowly. The child kneels close to the hearth. The ash is soft, almost like powder. Beneath it, hidden, there may still be life. A faint glow. A tiny breath of heat. The child leans closer and blows gently. Once. Twice. Again. At first, nothing happens. Then, slowly, a dim red light appears. It flickers. It fades. Then returns. A quiet patience fills the moment. There is no frustration. No hurry. Only the steady effort to bring something back. A small piece of kindling is placed carefully above the ember. Then another. Each one is thin, dry, chosen for its ability to catch. The child blows again. The glow grows stronger. A tiny flame appears. It trembles, unsure at first. Then it steadies. The fire has returned. And with it, the house begins to breathe again. Light grows slowly in the room, not from the sun, but from the fire itself. Shadows move gently along the walls. The air begins to warm, just a little. This is how the day begins. Not with noise. Not with sudden movement. But with a quiet act of care. Outside, the sky continues to brighten. The gray shifts into pale blue. The first hint of sunlight touches the edges of the world. It does not rush in. It arrives softly, as if it too is careful not to disturb the stillness. A door opens. The child steps outside. The ground feels different here. It is uneven, sometimes damp. The scent of soil rises gently, mixed with the freshness of morning air. There is a deep quiet outside. Not empty, but full in a soft way. A distant bird calls. Another answers. Leaves move lightly in the breeze. These sounds are small, but they fill the space with life. The child walks toward a well. The path is familiar. It curves gently, shaped by many footsteps over time. Stones press into the ground. Small patches of grass grow where they can. A bucket is carried in one hand. It feels heavy, even before it is filled. The child does not rush. There is no reason to rush. Time is not something to chase. It is something to move through. Step by step. The well stands quietly ahead. Old wood. Worn edges. A rope that has been used again and again. The child lowers the bucket slowly. The rope slides through small hands, rough against the skin. There is a soft sound as the bucket meets water far below. A pause. Then the pulling begins. The weight increases. The arms feel it first. Then the shoulders. Then the breath changes slightly. But the motion continues. Steady. Unbroken. Until the bucket reaches the top. Water moves gently inside it, reflecting the pale light of morning. It is clear, simple, necessary. The child lifts it carefully. Turns. And begins the walk back. This is 1 hour. Not marked by numbers. Not recorded. But felt in the body. In the quiet effort. In the slow rhythm of movement. Back inside, the fire has grown. Someone else has risen. A figure moves near the hearth, placing a pot above the flame. The smell of something warm begins to fill the air. It is not strong. Not rich. But it is enough to notice. The child sets the bucket down. Another task completed. Another small piece of the morning passed. There is no pause to reflect. No moment to think of what has been done. Only the quiet movement into the next task. Because the hours do not stop. They do not wait. They continue, one after another, forming the shape of the day. And the child moves within them, gently, steadily, without question. The fire settles into a steady glow. It no longer flickers with uncertainty. It breathes in a quiet, even rhythm, giving off a soft warmth that slowly spreads through the room. The light it casts is gentle, moving along the wooden walls and resting in the corners where darkness still lingers. The child stands nearby for a moment. Not resting. Just existing within the warmth. It is a small comfort, and it does not last long. A pot sits above the flame now. Inside, something simple begins to heat. Water, perhaps. Or porridge, made from grain that has been stored carefully, measured out in small amounts so it will last through many mornings. The smell is plain. Soft. Familiar. It does not fill the room all at once. It grows slowly, like everything else here. The child's stomach may feel the first quiet signs of hunger, but there is no urgency in it. Hunger is not new. It arrives often, and it stays gently in the background, like a distant thought. A wooden spoon moves through the pot. Slow circles. Nothing wasted. Nothing hurried. Another child enters the room, stepping carefully across the floor. Their movements are quiet, learned over time. There is no need to speak. Words are not often used in the early hours. The day speaks for itself. Outside, the light continues to change. The sky has become brighter now, though the sun still sits low. A thin layer of mist may rest over the ground, especially in the countryside, softening the edges of trees and fields. Everything feels slightly distant. Slightly blurred. But the work remains clear. The child moves again, this time toward another task waiting quietly. A bundle of wood rests near the wall. It is not large. It must be gathered again later. Always later. Always again. A few pieces are chosen and carried closer to the hearth. Each one is placed with care. The fire must be maintained, not just started. It is something that requires attention throughout the day. Like time itself. Never stopping. Always needing something. The door opens once more. The outside air enters briefly, cool and fresh. It moves through the room like a quiet visitor, touching everything lightly before fading away again. The child steps out. The ground is no longer as cold as before. The first touch of sunlight has reached it. There is a faint warmth now, though it is still early. Nearby, animals begin their own slow routines. A cow shifts in place, its breath visible in the cool air. A chicken pecks gently at the ground, moving without hurry. These movements are steady, predictable, and they repeat each day without change. The child approaches with calm steps. There is work to do here too. Small hands reach out. A gate is opened. A container is lifted. The process is careful. Measured. Quiet. If milk is gathered, it is done slowly, with patience. The rhythm of it becomes almost like breathing. A gentle repetition that fills the time without needing thought. This is how hours pass. Not with events. Not with moments that stand apart. But with actions that blend into one another, soft at the edges, endless in their return. The child does not count these moments. But the body feels them. Each movement leaves a trace. Each task carries a small weight. And together, they form something larger. A morning. Back inside, the simple meal is ready. It is placed into bowls, if bowls are available. Sometimes it is shared from one. The heat rises gently from the surface, carrying a plain scent. The child sits. There is no rush to speak. No loud sounds. Only the quiet act of eating. A spoon moves slowly. The texture is soft. The taste is mild. It fills the body just enough. There is no extra. No comfort beyond what is necessary. but it is enough to continue. And continuing is what matters. After the meal, there is no long pause. The bowls are set aside. The fire is adjusted. The room returns to its steady, working state. The child rises again. Already, the next hour is waiting. In homes across the 19th century, this rhythm repeats. In small villages. In distant farms. In crowded streets of growing towns. Children wake. They work. They move from one task to another. Not guided by choice, but by need. In some places, the work takes a different shape. In towns, where buildings stand close together and space is limited, children often move into workshops or factories early in the day. The journey there is its own quiet passage of time. A narrow street stretches ahead. Stone beneath the feet feels hard and uneven. The air carries different scents here: smoke, metal, damp walls, and something constant, something that never fully fades. Other figures move along the same path. Adults. Children. All walking in the same direction. Not together. But not alone. The child walks among them, small steps keeping pace with the flow. There is no conversation. Only movement. Only the shared understanding of where the day will be spent. The building appears ahead. It is large, but not welcoming. Windows line its sides, but they do not shine. The light inside them feels distant, muted. The door stands open, not as an invitation, but as an entrance that must be passed through. Inside, the air changes. It becomes heavier, thicker. Sounds begin to gather, soft at first, then growing. Machines move. Tools strike. Voices speak quietly, but often. The child enters this space without pause. There is a place waiting. There is always a place waiting. A small station. A narrow seat. A section of work that belongs to them. The child settles into position. Hands begin to move. At first, slowly. Then more quickly. Then with a steady rhythm that does not break. The task may be simple, but it is repeated again and again. Thread passed through fabric. Small parts placed together. Materials sorted, aligned, adjusted. Each motion connects to the next. There is little space for thought. The body learns the pattern. And once it learns, it continues. This is how the hours pass here. Not with the rising and setting of the sun, but with the movement of hands. With the sound of machines. With the quiet pressure to continue without stopping. A child may look up once, briefly. A glance toward a window. A thin beam of light falls across the room, cutting through the dust in the air. It is soft, almost gentle. But it does not last. The eyes return to the work. The hands continue. Because time here is not wide or open. It is narrow. Measured. Held tightly within each hour. Back in the countryside, the rhythm feels different, but the pattern is the same. A child moves between tasks. From water to fire. From animals to fields. From one small responsibility to another. There may be moments when the child pauses. Just for a breath. Just for a second. To feel the sun a little more clearly. To listen to the wind moving through distant trees. But these moments are brief. They do not stretch. They do not grow. They pass quietly, like everything else. And then the work continues. Always the work continues. The morning moves forward in this way. Not marked by bells or clear divisions. but by the gentle accumulation of effort. One task finished. Another begun. 1 hour fading. Another taking its place. And through it all, the child remains within the flow. Not stepping outside of it. Not stopping to measure it. But living inside it, fully, quietly, and without interruption. The morning does not end suddenly. It stretches. It thins out slowly, like mist lifting from a field. There is no clear moment when one part of the day becomes another. Instead, everything shifts in a gentle, almost unnoticeable way. The light grows stronger. It settles more firmly on the ground, on rooftops, on the worn paths that children walk again and again. Shadows shorten slightly, though they are still soft at the edges. The child continues working. There is no signal to stop. No clear break. Only a gradual feeling in the body that time has moved forward. In the countryside, the air begins to warm. It carries new scents now. The dampness of early morning fades, replaced by something drier, touched by sunlight. Grass releases a faint sweetness. Soil warms and breathes upward in a quiet, steady way. The child walks across a field. Each step presses lightly into the ground. The earth gives just enough to be felt. Small stones shift underfoot. The path is not smooth, but it is known. Familiar. Always the same. There may be tools to carry. A small bundle held close. A simple instrument used for tending, cutting, or gathering. These tools are not light. But they are not questioned. They belong to the day, just as much as the child does. Nearby, another figure moves in the same slow rhythm. An older sibling. A parent. Their movements are steady, practiced over many years. There is no instruction given now. There is no need. The child has already learned. Not through words, but through watching, through doing, through repeating. Again and again. The sun climbs higher. It does not rush. It never rushes. But its presence becomes stronger, more certain. The light reaches deeper into the spaces it once only touched lightly. Time moves with it. In quiet alignment. The child bends, lifts, places, adjusts. The work may change in small ways, but the pattern remains. Action follows action, without pause, without interruption. Hands grow tired, but they do not stop. Feet grow heavy, but they continue. The body learns to carry the weight of the hours. Not all at once, but slowly. Over time. In towns and factories, the sense of midday is even less clear. Inside those walls, the sun is distant. It exists somewhere beyond the windows, beyond the thick air filled with motion and sound. The light that enters is narrow, filtered, sometimes dimmed by dust that hangs quietly in the space. The child sits or stands at their place. The task has not changed. It rarely does. The repetition continues. The same motion. The same movement. The same careful attention to small details that must not be missed. Time here is not felt through the sky. It is felt through the body. Through the steady ache in the hands. Through the quiet stiffness in the back. Through the slow change in breath. A bell may ring somewhere in the building. Or it may not. Sometimes there is a signal. Sometimes there is only an understanding, shared silently among those who work. A pause may come. Short. Measured. Not long enough to rest fully, but long enough to notice. The child might step back slightly. Hands still. eyes lifting for a moment. There is no conversation, or only a few quiet words, spoken softly, without energy. Food may be brought out. Simple. Small. Bread again, perhaps. A piece broken and eaten slowly. There is no comfort in it, but there is enough to continue. And continuing is always what matters. Outside, beyond these walls, the day has reached its middle. The sun stands higher now, casting a clearer light across everything it touches. Fields are brighter. Paths are more defined. The edges of things are sharper. But inside, this shift is only faintly felt. A change in light. A slight difference in air. Then the work resumes. Always, the work resumes. In homes, in fields, in workshops, children move through these hours with the same quiet consistency. There is no moment when they step outside of time. No space where the day opens wide and offers rest. Instead, time folds gently into itself. 1 hour resting inside the next. The child may pause for a brief second. Perhaps to wipe their hands. Perhaps to stand still and feel the warmth of the sun on their face. These moments are small. Almost invisible. But they exist. And within them, there is something soft. Something close to stillness. The wind may pass lightly through nearby trees. Leaves shift in a quiet pattern, creating a sound that is easy to miss. A bird crosses the sky. A shadow moves along the ground. The child sees these things, but only for a moment. Then the eyes return to the task. Because the hours continue. They do not slow. They do not stretch outward. They move forward, steady and certain. In this way, childhood becomes something different. Not a wide space filled with endless days. But a narrow path, shaped by routine and need. Each hour has a purpose. Each moment belongs to something. There is little left over. Little that remains unused. And yet, within this structure, the child learns something quiet. A way of moving through time. A way of existing within the steady flow of the day. Not resisting it. Not questioning it. But simply being part of it. As the sun begins its slow journey downward, the light changes again. Not suddenly. Not sharply. But gently. The brightness softens. Shadows grow a little longer. The air shifts once more, carrying the faint promise of evening, though it is still far away. The child continues. There is still work to be done. Always more to be done. The body moves, even when it feels tired. Even when the hours begin to feel heavier. Because stopping is not part of the rhythm. Only continuing. Only moving forward. And so the quiet stretch of midday passes. Not marked. Not celebrated. But lived. Fully. Slowly. Hour by hour. The afternoon does not arrive with a clear beginning. It settles in quietly, like a shadow that slowly grows longer across the ground. The brightness of midday begins to soften. The light loses its sharp edge and becomes warmer, gentler, but also heavier in a quiet way. The child feels it first in the body. Not all at once. But slowly. A slight weight in the arms. A small heaviness in the legs. Breath that comes just a little deeper than before. The work continues. It always continues. In the countryside, the fields stretch out under the steady sun. The air is warmer now, sometimes still, sometimes moving just enough to carry the scent of grass and earth. The sounds of the morning have changed. Birds are quieter. The distant movements of animals feel slower. Everything seems to settle. But the tasks remain. The child bends again. Lifts again. Moves again. The rhythm has not changed, but the feeling within it has. Each motion now carries a trace of effort that was not there before. The body does not resist, but it notices. It remembers each hour that has already passed. And still, it continues. Nearby, others move in the same quiet pattern. No one speaks much. Words are not needed. The shared understanding of the day is enough. A tool touches the ground. A bundle is carried from one place to another. Something is gathered. Something is sorted. The work does not end, it simply changes shape. The sun lowers a little more. Its light becomes softer, spreading across the land in a calm, golden tone. Shadows stretch further now, long and thin, reaching across paths and fields. The child pauses for a moment. Not long. Just enough to stand still. To feel the warmth on the skin. To let the arms rest at the sides. There is no thought of stopping. Only a brief stillness. Then movement begins again. Because time does not open a space for rest. It only moves forward. In towns and factories, the afternoon feels longer. Heavier. The air inside these buildings grows thick with use. It carries the scent of labor oil, dust, fabric, metal. The sounds that filled the morning are still there, but they feel deeper now, more constant. The child remains in place. Hands continue their work. The same motions. The same careful repetitions. But now, the body feels each one more clearly. Fingers may slow for just a second. Then return to their steady pace. The back may shift slightly, searching for comfort that does not fully come. Eyes may blink a little longer. But the work does not stop. It cannot stop. Time here is not gentle. It is measured closely. Held tightly. Each hour expected. Each movement part of something larger. A faint beam of sunlight may still reach through a window, but it has changed. It is warmer now, less sharp. It rests on surfaces in a quiet way, almost unnoticed. The child might glance toward it. Just once. A small moment. Then the eyes return to the task. Because the hours must be filled. In homes, the rhythm of the afternoon carries its own quiet weight. There are always more tasks waiting. Clothing to mend. Water to carry again. Food to prepare for the evening. Small things, one after another. The child moves through them without question. A piece of fabric is held carefully. A needle moves through it, slow and precise. The thread pulls tight, closing a small gap. Another movement. Another small repair. The work is quiet, almost still, but it fills the time just the same. Outside, the light continues to change. The sky shifts into softer tones. Pale blue deepens slightly. Hints of gold appear near the horizon. The day is moving toward its end, though it is not yet close. The child steps outside again. The air feels different now. Warmer, but also calmer. The wind, if it moves, is gentle. It touches the skin lightly and passes on. There is a feeling in the world at this hour. A quiet slowing. But it is not rest. It is simply the natural shape of the day. The child walks along the same path as before. The ground is familiar. Every step known. There is comfort in the sameness, though it is not noticed in words. It is felt. Deep and quiet. Another task is completed. Then another. Each one small. Each one necessary. And together, they fill the long afternoon. The body grows more tired. This is certain. But tiredness is not something to speak of. It is something to carry. Like the bucket. Like the bundle of wood. Like the hours themselves. The sun lowers further. Shadows stretch even longer now, reaching across the land in soft lines. The warmth of the day begins to ease, replaced slowly by a cooler air that hints at evening. The child feels it. A slight change on the skin. A shift in the breath. But the work is not yet finished. There are still moments to be filled. Still tasks waiting quietly. The afternoon lingers. It does not hurry toward its end. It moves gently, slowly, as if it too understands the rhythm of this life. And within it, the child continues. Step by step. Motion by motion. Hour by hour. Not counting. Not measuring. And yet, measured all the same. Because in this world, childhood is not a wide open space. It is a series of hours. Each one shaped by work. Each one carrying its own quiet weight. And as the light softens even more, and the day begins to lean toward evening, the child moves forward still. Not faster. Not slower. Just as before. Steady. Unbroken. And quietly enduring. The afternoon slowly loosens its hold. It does not end in a single moment. Instead, it fades gently, like a sound growing quieter in the distance. The light softens even more, turning warmer, deeper, as if the day itself is beginning to rest. The child feels the change. Not through words. But through the body. The air cools just enough to notice. The warmth of the sun no longer presses as strongly against the skin. Shadows stretch far now, long and quiet, touching places they had not reached before. Evening is coming. But it does not bring rest yet. There are still tasks waiting. Always, there are still tasks. In the countryside, the land takes on a softer color. Fields that were bright now appear muted, covered in a gentle golden tone. The sky above begins to shift, pale blue slowly deepening, touched with faint hints of orange and soft gray. The child walks once more across familiar ground. Steps are slower now. Not from choice. But from the quiet weight of the day that has already passed. A fence may need closing. Animals must be gathered or checked. Water carried again. Firewood brought closer for the night. Each task feels a little heavier than it did in the morning. The arms lift more slowly. The hands hold on a little tighter. But the work is done the same way. Carefully. Without complaint. Without pause. A small gate creaks as it moves. The sound is soft, worn from years of use. It opens and closes with the same quiet voice each evening. The child knows this sound well. It is part of the rhythm, part of the end of the day. Nearby, animals settle. Their movements are calmer now. A cow lowers its head. Chickens gather closer together. There is a quiet sense that the world itself is preparing to slow down. But the child continues. One more task. Then another. Always another. Inside the home, the fire has been kept alive. It glows more steadily now, stronger than it was in the morning. New wood has been added, placed carefully so it will last through the evening. The warmth spreads gently through the room. It feels different at this hour. More noticeable. More needed. The child enters, carrying something small, perhaps wood, perhaps water, perhaps nothing at all except the quiet presence of another completed hour. The air inside feels close, but comforting in its own simple way. The scent of smoke is stronger now, mixed with the faint smell of food being prepared. A pot rests over the fire again. The contents are simple. Always simple. Something warm. Something to fill the body just enough. The child sits for a moment. Not fully resting. But no longer moving. Hands may rest in the lap. Feet still on the floor. The body begins to understand that the longest part of the day has passed. But it does not relax completely. Not yet. There are still small things to do. Clothing may be adjusted. A corner of the room may be tidied. A tool returned to its place. These actions are quiet. Almost invisible. But they are part of the ending. In towns, the shift toward evening carries a different feeling. The streets begin to change. The movement of people slows. The sounds soften. Shops may close their doors one by one. The noise of the day fades into a quieter pattern. Footsteps echo less often. Voices become lower, fewer. Children leave the places where they have worked. Factories release them slowly, not all at once, but in a steady flow. Small figures step out into the cooling air, blinking slightly at the fading light. The sky above the buildings has changed. It holds colors now: soft gold, pale orange, hints of purple beginning to appear at the edges. The child walks home. The path is the same as it was in the morning. But it feels different now. The body is tired. The steps are slower. There is no hurry. No reason to rush. The day is already behind them, though it has not fully ended. Along the way, there may be small moments. A glance at the sky. A quiet breath of cooler air. The faint sound of something distant: a card, a voice, a door closing. These moments pass gently. They do not stay. The child continues walking. Back inside the home, the evening meal is shared. It is not large. Not rich. But it is warm. And warmth matters now. A bowl is held carefully. A spoon moves slowly. The body receives what it needs. There is no conversation that fills the room. Only small sounds. The movement of eating. The quiet presence of others. This is not a time for storytelling. Not a time for long rest. It is simply another part of the day. Another hour. After the meal, the room grows quieter. The fire settles into a deeper glow. Its light moves slowly along the walls, softer now, less active. Shadows gather in the corners again, returning gently as the outside light fades. The child feels the tiredness more clearly now. It settles into the arms. The legs. The back. It is not sudden. It has been building all day. Now it becomes known. But even this is not something to stop for. There are still small tasks. Always small tasks. A bucket placed near the door. A piece of wood arranged for the morning. A blanket shaken out and set aside. Each action is done slowly. Without thought. Without question. Outside, the last light of the day begins to slip away. The sky darkens gradually. Colors fade into deeper shades. The first hint of night appears, not as darkness, but as a soft dimming of everything. The child may step outside one last time. Just for a moment. The air is cooler now. It moves gently, touching the skin in a quiet way. The world feels different at this hour. Calmer. Still. The sounds of the day have faded. Only a few remain. A distant animal. A soft movement of leaves. The quiet settling of the land itself. The child stands there briefly. Not thinking. Not measuring. Just existing in the final moments of light. Then, slowly, they turn and go back inside. Because the day is ending. And with it, the hours that have shaped it. One by one. Without pause. Without break. Measured not in dreams, but in the steady passage of work. And as darkness begins to take its place, the child moves closer to rest. Not full rest, but enough to begin again. Night does not fall all at once. It arrives slowly, in layers. The last light of the day fades gently from the sky, leaving behind a soft dimness that settles over everything. The colors disappear first. The gold and pale orange sink into gray, and then into something deeper. Outside, the shapes of trees and rooftops grow softer. Less defined. More distant. Inside the home, the fire becomes the center of everything again. Its glow is steady now. Warm. Quiet. It moves gently across the walls, casting shadows that shift slowly, almost like breathing. The room feels smaller at night, not in space, but in feeling. The outside world seems to drift away, leaving only this small place of light and warmth. The child sits close to the fire. Not speaking. Not moving much. The body is tired in a way that feels complete. Not sudden. Not overwhelming. But full. The kind of tiredness that has built hour by hour, without pause, without interruption. It rests in the arms, the legs, the shoulders. Even the eyes feel heavier now, blinking more slowly. There is no rush toward sleep. No signal that says it is time. Only a quiet understanding that the day is ending. A small task may still remain. Something simple. A final movement to close the rhythm of the day. A piece of wood added to the fire. A door checked and secured. A bucket placed where it will be needed in the morning. Each action is done slowly. Carefully. As if the body knows that this is the last effort before rest. The child moves through these motions without thinking. There is no need to think. The pattern has been learned deeply. It lives in the body now. Outside, the night grows deeper. The sky darkens fully, stretching wide and quiet above the land. If the clouds are thin, a few stars may appear. They are small, distant, and steady. The air cools further. It becomes still. Sound changes at night. It becomes softer. More spread out. A distant call may echo faintly. The movement of leaves becomes a quiet whisper. Everything feels slower. Even time itself. Inside, the fire begins to settle. It no longer reaches upward with small flames. Instead, it glows low and steady, a bed of warmth that holds its place without effort. The room dims. Shadows grow deeper. The child rises slowly. There is no announcement. No clear moment of transition. Just the quiet movement toward rest. The sleeping place waits. It is the same as it was before. Simple. Unchanged. A thin mattress, perhaps. Or blankets laid carefully. The child prepares it without hurry. A blanket is pulled into place. Clothing may be adjusted or removed. Each movement is small. Measured. The body moves more slowly now, not from choice, but from the gentle weight of the day that has fully settled in. Other figures in the room do the same. There is little sound. No long conversation. Only the shared rhythm of ending the day. The child lies down. The surface beneath is firm. Familiar. Not soft in the way of comfort, but known in a way that brings a quiet ease. The blanket is pulled close. Warmth gathers slowly. The air above feels cooler, but it no longer matters as much. The body begins to release its tension. Little by little. Not all at once. The eyes close. Then open again for a moment. Then close once more. Sleep does not come quickly. It arrives the same way the day moved. Slowly. Gently. In layers. The child's breath becomes deeper. More even. The sounds of the room fade into the background. The quiet crackle of the fire. The soft movement of someone nearby. These sounds do not disturb. They become part of the stillness. Part of the rest. The body remembers the day. Not in thoughts. Not in images. But in feeling. Each hour leaves a trace. And now, those traces settle. They grow quiet. They fade. But they do not disappear completely. They remain, softly, beneath the surface. Because the next day will come. And it will begin again. In the same way. With the same quiet light. The same steady rhythm. The same measured hours. The child does not think of this. There is no planning. No looking ahead. Only the slow movement into sleep. Deeper. Softer. More complete. Outside, the night holds everything gently. The land rests. The sky stretches wide and silent. Time continues, but it feels different now. Less heavy. Less defined. Until morning returns again. As it always does. Without announcement. Without pause. And the hours begin once more. Morning returns quietly. It does not feel new. It does not feel different. It feels familiar. The same soft gray light gathers at the edge of the sky. The same gentle shift from night into day unfolds without sound. Inside the small home, the air holds the same stillness, the same faint scent of ash and wood. The child wakes again. Not suddenly. Not with surprise. But with the quiet understanding that this moment has already happened many times before. The body moves in the same way. Eyes opening slowly. Hands adjusting the thin blanket. Feet finding the cold floor. Nothing has changed. And yet, another day has begun. This is how childhood forms in this time. Not through single, bright moments. Not through memories that stand apart. But through repetition. Through days that resemble one another so closely that they blend together, like soft lines drawn over and over in the same place. The child rises. Dresses. Steps into the main room. The hearth waits, just as it did yesterday. And the day before. And the day before that. Ash rests where fire once lived. And the small task begins again. A gentle breath over hidden embers. A careful placing of kindling. The quiet return of flame. This act is not remembered as something special. It is simply done. Because it must be done. And in doing it, another hour takes its place. Outside, the world repeats its own patterns. The same path to the well. The same worn ground beneath small feet. The same rope sliding through small hands. The same weight of water rising slowly. Each motion is known. Each step already understood. There is comfort in the sameness, though it is not spoken. It exists beneath awareness, like a steady rhythm that does not need to be heard to be followed. In towns, the repetition takes a different form. The same streets, the same buildings, the same doorway leading into the place of work. The child walks the same path again, alongside others who do the same. No one marks the difference between one day and the next, because there is little difference to mark. Inside, the same tasks wait. The same movements begin. Hands find their place without searching. The body settles into its role without hesitation. Time here does not stretch outward. It circles, returning again and again to the same points. Morning work, midday effort, afternoon wait, evening tasks, night rest, then morning again. For a child, this repetition becomes the shape of life. Not a series of changing experiences, but a steady line, drawn hour by hour. There are small variations, of course. A different task one day. A slightly longer walk another. A moment of unexpected stillness when the wind moves in a certain way, or when light falls differently across the ground. But these are brief. They do not change the overall pattern. They pass gently, like a ripple on still water. And the surface returns to calm. As days become weeks, and weeks become seasons, the child continues within this rhythm. The body grows. Slowly. Quietly. Strength builds, not in sudden leaps, but in small, repeated efforts. Hands become more steady. Steps more certain. The work that once felt heavy begins to feel familiar. Not lighter, but known. And in knowing it, the child carries it more easily. Seasons shift around this rhythm. Winter brings colder mornings. The floor feels sharper beneath bare feet. The air inside the home holds less warmth. The fire becomes even more important. Even more central. Summer brings longer days. The light stays longer in the sky. The work stretches further into the evening. The air grows thick with heat. Breath becomes slower. But still, the pattern does not break. Spring arrives softly. The ground softens. New growth appears quietly. Autumn follows with its own gentle changes. Leaves fall. The air cools. The world prepares once more for stillness. Through all of this, the child moves in the same steady way. Day after day. Hour after hour. Time is not something to look forward to. It is something to move through. Each hour filled. Each moment given to something that must be done. There is little space left for dreaming. Not because dreaming is taken away, but because the hours are already full. Full of tasks. Full of movement. Full of quiet responsibility. And so, childhood is measured differently. Not in the length of years. Not in the memory of special days. But in the steady passing of hours. Hours that feel similar. Hours that blend into one another. Hours that build something invisible, but lasting. The child does not step outside this flow to observe it. There is no distance. No reflection. Only participation. Only living within it. And as one day becomes the next, and the next becomes another, the rhythm continues without pause. Morning arrives. Work begins. The sun rises. Tasks unfold. The sun lowers. Evening comes. Night settles. And sleep follows. Then morning again. Always morning again. And within this endless, gentle repetition, a life takes shape. Quietly. Steadily. without interruption. Even within a day shaped by work, there are small spaces. They are not planned. They are not given. They appear quietly, almost by accident, between one task and the next. The child does not look for these moments. But sometimes, they arrive. A pause at the well. The bucket has just been lifted, and for a second, the hands rest. The rope is still. The water inside settles into a smooth surface. The child stands there, not moving, not thinking of the next step just yet. The air feels cool against the skin. A faint breeze passes. It carries the scent of earth and something green. Then the moment ends. The bucket is lifted. The walk begins again. This is how stillness exists. Brief. Soft. Almost unnoticed. In the countryside, these small pauses can be found in the spaces between movement. A child may stand at the edge of a field, holding a simple tool, and look outward for just a moment. The land stretches quietly ahead. The sky rests above it, wide and calm. There is no thought attached to this. No reflection. Just a moment of being still within a moving day. Then the work continues. In towns and workshops, stillness is harder to find. But it is not absent. It hides in very small places. A pause between motions. A hand resting for just a second before beginning again. A brief glance toward a window, where light touches the edge of a wall. The child may feel something in these moments. Not fully understood. Not named. But present. A softness. A quiet distance from the steady repetition. Then it fades. And the rhythm returns. Even the act of walking holds its own quiet stillness. The child moves along a path that has been walked many times. The steps fall into a pattern without effort. The body knows where to go. In this movement, there is a kind of calm. Not because the work has stopped, but because the path is known. Each step expected. Each turn familiar. The world passes slowly on either side. A tree. A fence. A small change in the ground. These things are seen, but not held onto. They pass gently through awareness, like clouds drifting across the sky. And then they are gone. At times, the child may sit for a short while. Not to rest fully, but because a task has ended, and another has not yet begun. These moments are rare. But when they come, they feel different. The body becomes still. The hands stop moving. The breath slows slightly. The child may look down, or simply remain where they are. There is no rush into the next action. Just a quiet waiting. Then, slowly, the next hour begins. In the evening, as the day softens, these small moments become slightly more noticeable. The light fades. The air cools. The world grows quieter. The child may stand outside for a brief time, feeling the change. The sky shifts in color. The first hint of night appears. There is a stillness here that feels deeper. More complete. But it does not last long. There are still tasks to finish. Still movements to make. And so, even this quiet moment becomes part of the flow. Part of the pattern. Part of the measured hours. Over time, these small spaces of stillness do not grow larger. They do not expand into something else. They remain small. Hidden. But they are always there. Threaded between the hours. Softening the edges of the day, just enough to be felt, but not enough to change its shape. The child does not hold onto them. does not return to them in thought. They are experienced once, and then they pass. Like a gentle breath. Like a quiet shift in light. And the day continues. Always continuing. Always moving forward. Hour by hour. The days continue, one after another. They do not pause. They do not separate themselves clearly. And yet, over time, something begins to change, not in the rhythm of the hours, but in the world that surrounds them. The seasons move. Slowly. Gently. Almost without being noticed at first. The child wakes one morning, and the air feels slightly different. Cooler, perhaps. Or softer. The light enters the room in a new way, touching the walls at a different angle. It is a small change, easy to miss, but it marks the quiet passing of time beyond the hours of a single day. In the countryside, these changes become more visible. The ground shifts beneath each step. Where there was once firm earth, there may now be softness, damp from recent rain. The scent of soil grows stronger, rising gently into the air. Spring arrives like this. Not with a sudden burst, but with small signs. A patch of green where there was none before. A faint warmth returning to the breeze. The child walks the same path as always. The well stands in the same place. The field stretches in the same direction. And yet, everything feels just slightly new. But the work does not change. Water is still carried. Fire is still tended. Tasks unfold in the same steady order. The hours remain full. The child moves through them just as before. Spring passes quietly into summer. The light lingers longer now. Morning arrives earlier, and evening takes more time to settle. The sun stays high in the sky, casting a steady brightness over everything it touches. The air grows warmer. Sometimes still. Sometimes heavy. The child feels it while working. Sweat gathers lightly on the skin. Breath becomes slower, deeper. The body continues, adjusting without thought. In the fields, the work may increase. There is more to gather. More to tend. More to carry. The hours stretch, but they are filled in the same way. One task after another. No pause. No change in rhythm. Only the weight of the season added to the steady flow. In towns, the heat settles differently. It gathers between buildings, held within narrow streets. Inside workshops and factories, the air becomes thick, difficult to move through. The child continues working. Hands moving. Eyes focused. The same motions repeated. But now, each hour carries the warmth of the season with it. Time feels heavier. But it does not slow. It continues forward, unchanged. As summer fades, the light begins to soften again. Evenings arrive earlier. The air cools gently. Autumn moves in without announcement. Leaves begin to fall. Not all at once. But slowly. One by one. They settle on the ground, covering paths that have been walked many times. The child steps through them, hearing the faint sound they make underfoot. A soft, dry sound. Different from before. The world changes in color. Greens fade into gold and brown. The sky holds a quieter tone. The sun sits lower, its light less intense. And still, the work remains. The same tasks. The same hours. The same steady movement through the day. In this season, there may be more to gather. More to prepare. The child carries, sorts, arranges. Each action part of the larger rhythm. each hour filled as before. Then, slowly, the cold returns. Winter approaches in the same quiet way. The air sharpens. The ground hardens. Morning arrives with a deeper chill. The child wakes to a colder room. The floor feels harsher beneath bare feet. The fire becomes more important than ever. It must be started again each morning. Tended more carefully. Fed more often. Outside, the world feels still. Sound travels differently in the cold. It becomes clearer, but also more distant. The child moves through this space with the same steady steps. The same quiet endurance. Water may be harder to gather. Wood more necessary. Each task carries a little more effort. But it is done. As it always is. Inside, the home becomes a smaller world. The fire provides light and warmth. The child stays closer to it when possible, though the work still calls them away again and again. The hours do not shorten. They remain full. Measured. Steady. Winter passes slowly. But it does pass. And once again, the air begins to change. The cycle continues. Spring returns. Then summer. Then autumn. Then winter again. And through all of it, the child moves in the same quiet rhythm. Days repeat. Tasks return. Hours fill and pass. The seasons move across this pattern like soft layers, changing the color of the world, the feel of the air, the weight of each task. But the structure beneath remains the same. Unbroken. Unchanged. Childhood, in this way, is not shaped by the seasons themselves, but by the steady passage of time within them. The hours do not belong to spring or summer. They belong to the work. And the child lives inside those hours. Again and again. As the world shifts gently around them. Before a child understands time, the body already knows it. It does not learn through numbers. It does not count hours or mark the passing of days. Instead, it feels time. Quietly. Deep within the muscles, the breath, the small movements that repeat again and again. Each morning begins the same way. And over time, the body begins to expect it. The moment before waking becomes familiar. There is a subtle shift, a quiet awareness that rises before the eyes open. The child does not think about it. There are no words for it. But the body knows. It knows when the air is still cool from the night. It knows when the light is just beginning to form beyond the walls. It knows when it is time to rise. And so, the child wakes. Not because of a signal. Not because of a command. But because the rhythm has settled deep within. The same is true for work. At first, each task may feel separate. New. Uncertain. But with time, the body begins to remember. Hands move without needing direction. Steps follow paths without needing thought. The act of carrying water becomes something known, something repeated so often that it no longer feels like something to learn. It simply is. The rope is grasped. The bucket lowered. The weight lifted. The walk returned. All of it happens in a quiet flow, guided not by thinking, but by memory held within the body itself. This is how hours are understood. Not as units, but as feelings. The child knows when the morning is still young. The air feels lighter. The body feels less burdened. Movements are easier. As time passes, something shifts. It is small at first. Barely noticeable. A slight heaviness. A slower breath. the hands taking just a moment longer between motions. This is how the body senses the passing of hours. Without clocks. Without counting. Only through change. Midday carries its own feeling. The body is no longer fresh. But it is not yet deeply tired. It moves steadily, without urgency, without rest. There is a balance here. A middle place. The child does not name it, but lives within it. Then comes the afternoon. The weight grows more noticeable now. Arms begin to feel heavier. Legs slower. The back may shift slightly, searching for ease. This is not discomfort in a sharp sense. It is a quiet accumulation. The result of many hours placed gently on top of one another. The body carries them all. Without pause. Without release. And still, it continues. In towns and workshops, this same learning takes place. Though the environment is different, the body adapts in the same way. The repetition of movement teaches more than words ever could. A child at a machine learns the rhythm of it, the exact pressure needed, the precise timing of each motion. At first, the work requires attention, care. But over time, it becomes something else. Something automatic. The body begins to move ahead of thought. Hands act before the mind forms a plan. The hours pass within this pattern. Measured not by external signs, but by internal shifts. The eyes grow tired. Blinking more slowly. Focusing more carefully. The shoulders settle lower. The breath deepens. These are the quiet markers of time. No one speaks of them. No one needs to. They are understood without being named. Even hunger follows this rhythm. It does not arrive suddenly. It builds slowly, gently, until it becomes known. The body signals its need in a quiet way. And when food is taken, that need softens. Not fully gone, but eased enough to continue. Everything moves like this. Gradual. Steady. Unbroken. Even rest is felt in the body before it is recognized in the mind. As evening approaches, the signs appear. The hands pause more often. The steps grow slower. The desire to sit, even for a moment, becomes stronger. But the child does not stop immediately. The rhythm carries them forward. Until the tasks are done. Until the day reaches its natural end. And then, finally, the body begins to release. Tension fades slowly. The weight of the hours settles into something quieter. The child lies down. And sleep comes, not as a sudden change, but as a continuation of this same gentle pattern. Breath slows. Muscles soften. The mind drifts without effort. And in sleep, the body restores itself. Not completely, but enough. Enough to begin again. Because the next day will follow the same shape. The same rhythm. The same measured flow of hours. And the body will know it. Before the mind ever has to. Silence was never complete. It was never empty. Instead, it was made of many small sounds, layered gently on top of one another. The child grew within this kind of quiet. Not a silence without life, but a silence without interruption. In the early morning, before the work fully began, the house held a soft stillness. It was shaped by breathing, by the faint movement of fabric, by the distant sound of wind touching the outside walls. No voices filled the space. No constant conversation moved from one moment to the next. Words were used carefully. Only when needed. And so, much of the day unfolded without them. The child learned to live within this quiet, to understand without asking, to follow without explanation. The sound of a footstep could carry meaning. The way a tool was set down could signal what came next. A glance, a small movement, a shift in posture, these became a kind of language. Simple, unspoken, but clear. In the countryside, silence stretched outward. Across fields, through trees, over open land that seemed to hold sound gently, never letting it grow too large. The child worked within this wide quiet. The rhythm of tasks created its own soft sounds. The scrape of a tool against earth. The creak of wood under pressure. The faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. These sounds did not disturb the silence. They belonged to it. They moved through it, like small ripples across a calm surface. In towns, the quiet felt different. It was not as wide, not as open, but it still existed. Even within the sounds of work, there was a kind of steady background calm. Machines moved. Tools struck. Voices spoke in low tones. But nothing rose too sharply. Nothing broke the rhythm. The child lived within this steady layer of sound, where even noise became something predictable, something expected. And because of this, the inner world of the child formed in a quiet way. There was space inside. Not filled with constant distraction. Not pulled in many directions. But shaped slowly, gently, by the rhythm of the day. Thoughts came and went without urgency. They did not demand attention. They did not stay for long. The child might notice the way light moved across a wall, or how the wind sounded different in the afternoon than it did in the morning. These small observations did not turn into long reflections. They simply passed through awareness, leaving a soft impression behind. There was no need to hold on to them. No need to explain them. They existed for a moment, and then they were gone. In this quiet, imagination did not always take the form of stories or play. It appeared in smaller ways. In the way the child watched the fire and followed the slow movement of flame. In the way patterns in the ground or the wood grain held attention for a brief time. In the way shadows shifted as the light changed. These were not separate activities. They were part of the same flow as everything else. Part of the same measured hours. Because silence allowed these moments to exist without interruption. Without competition. Nothing rushed in to replace them. Nothing pulled the mind away too quickly. And so, even within a life filled with work, there remained a quiet inner space. Not large. Not separate. But present. The child did not think of it as something important. It was simply there. Like the steady breath. Like the rhythm of steps along a familiar path. At night, this silence deepened. The sounds of the day faded one by one. The fire settled. The outside world grew still. The child lay in this quiet, feeling it not as emptiness, but as something full in a gentle way. Breathing slowed. The body rested. And within that stillness, the day softened. Its edges blurred. Its weight eased. The hours that had been so steady, so constant, began to fade into something less defined. Not disappearing, but settling quietly beneath awareness. And in that quiet, sleep came. Not as an escape, but as a continuation of the same calm rhythm. Because silence was not separate from the child's life. It was part of it. Woven into every hour. Shaping each moment gently. Without being seen. Without being named. Only felt. Time does not feel the same to everyone. Even within the same house, within the same day, it moves differently depending on who is living inside it. For a child in the 19th century, time is close. Very close. It is not something far away or distant. It does not stretch forward into long thoughts about what will come next week or next year. It stays near, shaped by the task at hand, by the movement of the body, by the quiet rhythm of the day. An hour, for a child, is not a number. It is a feeling. It is the weight of a bucket carried from the well. It is the slow passing of stitches through fabric. It is the repetition of a motion that continues until something changes. The child does not step outside of these hours to observe them. There is no distance. Only presence. Only the steady experience of each moment as it comes. For an adult, time begins to take on a different shape. It stretches further. It carries memory more heavily. It reaches ahead into what still needs to be done. An adult may work beside the child, performing similar tasks, moving through the same hours. But inside, something is different. There is awareness of what has already passed. There is quiet knowledge of how many days have followed this same pattern. And there is an understanding, often unspoken, that the pattern will continue. For the child, each day feels complete on its own. Even in its repetition, it does not gather into something larger in the same way. It simply is. Morning arrives. Work begins. Evening comes. Sleep follows. And that is enough. But for the adult, days begin to connect. They form a longer line. A continuous path that stretches backward and forward at the same time. The adult may feel the passing of years within the passing of hours. The child does not. The child feels only the present hour. Fully. Completely. Without measuring it against anything else. This difference is quiet. It is not spoken. But it exists in small ways. When a child pauses, even briefly, the pause is complete. There is no thought of what comes next pressing into it. The stillness, however short, is whole. For an adult, even a moment of stillness may carry something else. A thought. A concern. A quiet awareness of time moving forward. In this way, the child's experience of time is narrower, but also deeper in each moment. Each hour is lived from the inside. Felt directly. Not compared. Not divided. In the structure of 19th century life, this difference becomes even more noticeable. Because the hours are filled so fully. Because there is so little space between tasks. The child remains within the immediate. Within the now. While the adult carries something more. Something extended. Something that reaches beyond a single day. And yet, both move through the same rhythm. Both wake in the same early light. Both work through the same steady sequence of tasks. Both feel the same slow arrival of evening. But inside, the experience is not identical. The child moves with time. The adult, in a quiet way, moves alongside it. Sometimes slightly ahead. Sometimes slightly behind. The child does not measure the day. But the day measures the child. Hour by hour. Task by task. The body grows. Strength increases. Understanding forms, not through reflection, but through repetition. And slowly, very slowly, the child begins to change. Not suddenly. Not in a way that can be clearly seen. But gradually, through the steady passing of these measured hours. The difference between child and adult begins to soften. The way time is felt begins to shift. The present moment remains, but it is no longer alone. It begins to connect to what has come before, and to what may come next. But this change is slow. So slow that it is not noticed while it happens. Only later, when many days have passed, does the difference become clear. For now, the child remains within the hour, within the task, within the quiet rhythm that shapes each day. Time stays close, simple, unbroken, and gently guiding every movement forward. In this quiet world of repeated hours, a child is not first known by who they are. They are known by what they do. This understanding does not arrive suddenly. It forms slowly, almost without being noticed. It grows out of the same rhythm that shapes each day, the same steady pattern of tasks that return again and again. At a young age, the child begins to take part in small responsibilities. At first, they are simple. Carrying a small bundle, bringing water from a short distance, watching closely as something is done. These early tasks are not separate from the child's life. They are the beginning of it. And over time, they grow. The child is trusted with more, asked to do more, expected to continue without needing to be told each step. In this way, work becomes a quiet language. It describes the child without using words. A child who gathers wood. A child who tends animals. A child who sits at a machine, repeating the same careful motion. These are not roles chosen. They are roles lived. And through living them, the child becomes known. Not by name alone, but by action. In the countryside, this connection between work and identity feels natural. The land itself shapes it. A child moves through fields, along paths, between small spaces that are filled with purpose. Each place holds a task, and each task becomes part of the child's understanding of themselves. The hands learn the feel of tools, the weight of objects, the rhythm of movement needed to complete something well. These sensations settle deeply into the body. And with them, a quiet sense of place forms. Not a place in the world in a wide sense, but a place within the daily rhythm, within the work that must be done. In towns and workshops, this connection forms in a similar way, though the surroundings are different. The child enters a space where many others work side by side. Each person has a position, a function, a specific set of movements that belong to them. The child learns their place within this structure, not through long instruction, but through repetition, through correction, through doing the same action until it becomes steady and precise. Over time, the work no longer feels separate from the self. It becomes something carried quietly, like breath, like posture, like the way the body moves without thinking. There is little time to imagine a different path. Not because the child cannot imagine, but because the hours are already filled. Each day brings the same sequence, the same expectations, the same quiet continuation. And within this, identity forms not as something explored, but as something shaped. Gently, gradually, without being named. A child does not ask, "Who am I?" Instead, the answer is lived. In the way they rise each morning. In the way they carry out each task. In the way they move through the hours without pause. Even the smallest actions contribute to this shaping. The way a knot is tied. The way a tool is held. The way a task is completed without needing to be checked again. These details matter. Not in a loud or visible way, but in a quiet, steady one. They become part of how the child is understood by others. and eventually, part of how the child understands themselves. There is no clear moment when this understanding becomes complete. It does not arrive like a finished thought. It grows slowly, beneath the surface, supported by every repeated hour. At times, there may be small differences. A new task introduced. A change in responsibility. These moments stand out, but only briefly. They are absorbed into the larger pattern. They become part of it. And the rhythm continues. The child does not step outside this process to observe it. There is no distance. Only participation. Only the quiet, ongoing act of becoming through doing. And so, childhood is shaped not only by time, but by work. Each hour carries both. Each task adds to both. And together, they form something lasting. Not loud. Not clearly defined. But deeply rooted. A life understood through movement. Through repetition. Through the steady passage of days that do not need to be different to matter. And within this, the child grows. Not apart from the work. But within it. Play did exist. But it did not arrive in long stretches. It did not fill entire afternoons or unfold without end. Instead, it appeared quietly, in small spaces between the hours that were already full. The child did not wait for play. Did not expect it. And so, when it came, it was gentle and brief. Easily missed. Easily interrupted. In the countryside, play might begin while walking. A small stick picked up from the ground. Turned slowly in the hand. Used to trace a line in the dirt, or to tap lightly against a fence as the child passed. There is no clear beginning. No clear purpose. Just a moment of movement that is not work. But even this moment does not last long. The path continues. The task waits. And the stick is set down without thought. The child moves on. Sometimes, play appears in stillness. While sitting near the hearth, after a task has ended and before the next begins, the child may notice a small object. A piece of thread. A smooth stone. Something simple. It is turned in the fingers. Examined quietly. Not with curiosity that seeks answers, but with a gentle attention that fills a brief moment. Then, slowly, it is set aside. The next hour has already begun. In towns and workshops, play is even more hidden. It lives in the smallest pauses. A brief exchange of glances between children. A tiny change in the rhythm of movement. A moment where the hands do something slightly different, just for a second. These are not acts of open play. They are quiet variations within the structure of work. They do not draw attention. They do not last. But they exist. And they carry a softness within them. Even laughter, when it comes, is small. Quick. Lowered almost immediately. It does not rise or echo. It passes like a brief breath of air, then fades into the steady sound of the room. In homes, play may appear at the edge of evening. When the longest tasks have ended. When the light has softened. The child may move a little more freely for a short time. Steps may become lighter. Movements less exact. But even here, the space is limited. There is always something nearby that calls the child back. A task unfinished. A small responsibility waiting. And so, play does not grow into something larger. It remains small. Contained. Part of the same pattern as everything else. In this way, play is not separate from the day. It is woven into it. Thinly. Quietly. almost hidden. The child does not measure how much play there is. Does not compare one day to another. A moment of lightness is enough. A brief change in movement is enough. Because there is no expectation for more. And without expectation, there is no sense of loss when it ends. The moment passes. The rhythm returns. And the child continues. There are times when play is shared. Two children walking side by side may move in the same quiet pattern. A small gesture. A slight change in pace. A shared glance that carries something unspoken. These connections are brief. But they are felt. They exist within the same calm structure. Never breaking it. Only touching it lightly. As the child grows, these moments do not disappear. But they do not expand either. They remain small. Part of the same steady flow of hours. Part of the same measured life. And so, play becomes something gentle. Something quiet. Something that does not stand apart, but lives softly within the spaces that time allows. Never taking over. Never lasting long. But always there, in its own quiet way. Responsibility does not arrive as a lesson. It is not explained in careful words or given all at once. It grows slowly, almost without being seen, carried within the same rhythm that shapes each day. The child does not wake one morning and suddenly feel different. Instead, the change happens in small ways. A task that once required guidance is now done alone. A movement that once felt uncertain becomes steady. A small expectation forms, not spoken aloud, but understood. In the early days, responsibility feels like closeness. The child stays near. Watches. Follows. Hands move alongside someone older, learning not through instruction, but through quiet imitation. There is no need for explanation. The pattern is clear. And slowly, the child begins to take part. A small task is given. Carrying something light. Holding something in place. Waiting, watching, completing one simple action. The task is not separate from the day. It is part of it. And once it is done, another follows. Over time, these small responsibilities begin to connect. They form a gentle chain, linking one moment to the next. The child moves through them without pause. Not because they are told to hurry, but because the rhythm carries them forward. In the countryside, responsibility is tied closely to the land. The child learns what must be done each day to keep things in balance. Water must be brought. Animals must be checked. Fire must be tended. These tasks are not optional. They do not change. And so, the child learns their importance not through words, but through repetition. If something is not done, it is felt. Not as punishment, but as absence. The fire is weaker. The water is not there. The quiet order of the day shifts slightly. And in that shift, the child understands. Gently. Without being told. In towns and workshops, responsibility takes a different form. It is tied to precision. To consistency. To the steady completion of a task that must be done again and again. The child learns where their hands belong. What movement must follow another. How to continue without stopping. There is a quiet expectation here. Not spoken loudly, but always present. The work must be done. And the child becomes part of that need. At first, mistakes may happen. Small ones. A movement out of place. A moment of hesitation. But even these are part of the learning. They are corrected, not with long explanation, but with quiet adjustment. The pattern returns. And the child continues. Responsibility, in this way, is not something carried as a heavy thought. It is something lived. Something that moves with the body, like breath. Like the steady rhythm of steps along a familiar path. There is no moment of pride attached to it. No clear recognition. Only the quiet continuation of what must be done. And within this, a sense of reliability forms. The child begins to understand that they are part of something larger. Not in a wide or abstract way, but in a simple, immediate sense. Their actions matter because they are needed. Their presence has a place. Their work fills a space that would otherwise remain empty. This understanding is calm. Unspoken. It does not press or weigh heavily. It simply exists. As the child grows, responsibility does not feel new. It feels familiar. Because it has always been there, in small forms, from the beginning. It has grown alongside them, hour by hour, day by day. And so, by the time it is fully carried, it is no longer noticed. It is simply part of who they are. Not separate. Not defined. But quietly present in every movement. Every task. Every hour. And the child continues. As always. Within the steady flow of time. Fatigue does not arrive suddenly. It does not fall over the child like a shadow. Instead, it gathers slowly. So slowly that it is almost never noticed as something separate. It becomes part of the day. Part of the rhythm. Part of the quiet flow of hours that continue without pause. In the early morning, the body feels light. Not full of energy in a bright or active way, but simply less burdened. Movements are easier. Steps are steady. Hands work without resistance. But even then, the first traces of tiredness begin. They are small. Almost invisible. Each task leaves behind a little weight. Each movement adds something to the body. Nothing heavy at first. Nothing that slows the rhythm. But it remains. As the morning stretches into midday, the body begins to change. The arms feel a little more effort when lifting. The back shifts slightly during work. The breath deepens, not out of strain, but out of quiet adjustment. The child does not stop to notice this. There is no moment of reflection. Only continuation. Fatigue becomes part of the movement itself. In the countryside, this feeling spreads evenly through the body. Walking longer distances. Carrying water again and again. Bending, lifting, returning. The repetition builds something steady. A quiet heaviness that grows with each hour. The sun adds to it. The warmth pressing gently against the skin. The air becoming still. All of it settles into the body. Not sharply, but gradually. In towns and workshops, fatigue takes a different shape. It gathers in smaller places. In the hands. In the fingers. In the eyes. The same motion repeated over and over begins to leave a trace. A slight slowing. A small pause before continuing. The eyes blink more often. The focus softens for a moment, then returns. The child continues. Always continues. Because fatigue is not treated as something separate. It is not something to stop for. It is something to carry. Like the tools. Like the tasks. Like the hours themselves. There are no clear boundaries where tiredness begins. No point where it is named. It is simply present. And over time, it becomes familiar, expected. Even in moments of stillness, fatigue remains. When the child pauses briefly, standing still, or sitting for a short time, the body does not fully release its weight. The tiredness stays. It does not disappear. It softens slightly, then returns as soon as movement begins again. In the afternoon, this feeling deepens. Not sharply, but steadily. The arms feel heavier now. The legs move more slowly. The back carries a quiet tension. The child may shift position more often. Adjusting. Searching for small moments of ease that never fully come. But the rhythm continues. It does not break. The day moves forward. And the body moves with it. Evening brings a different kind of fatigue. Not just in the body, but in the whole being. Movements become slower without effort. Steps take a little longer. Hands rest for just a second more between tasks. The child does not think, "I am tired." There is no need for the thought. The body already knows. And it continues anyway. Because the tasks are still there. The fire must be tended. The final movements of the day must be completed. And so, fatigue becomes part of these last hours. Blended into them. Not separate. Not something to overcome. Just something that exists alongside everything else. When the child finally lies down at night, the body begins to release this weight. Slowly. Gently. Muscles soften. Breath deepens. The heaviness spreads into stillness. Sleep comes as a quiet answer to the day. Not as relief, but as continuation. The body rests because it must. Because it will rise again. And carry the same pattern forward. Day after day. In this way, fatigue is not an interruption to childhood. It is part of it. Woven into every hour. Present in every task. Growing and easing in the same steady rhythm. And the child lives within it. Without naming it. Without questioning it. Only feeling it. And continuing. Nature is always present. It does not stand apart from the child's life. It surrounds it. It moves with it. It shapes each hour without needing to be noticed. In the countryside, this presence feels close. The ground beneath the child's feet is not just a surface to walk on. It is something living, changing slowly with each season, each day, each passing moment. The soil may feel soft after rain, or firm under a stretch of dry days. The child does not stop to think about this. But the body feels it. Each step carries that quiet knowledge. The air changes throughout the day. In the morning, it is cool and gentle. At midday, it grows warmer, sometimes still. In the evening, it softens again, carrying a calm that settles over the land. The child moves through these changes without pause. Breathing them in. Adjusting without thought. Nature is not something separate to be explored. It is something to exist within. Trees stand nearby, their leaves moving in slow patterns when the wind passes through. The sound is soft, almost like a whisper that never fully forms into words. The child hears it, but does not listen in a focused way. It becomes part of the background. Part of the steady rhythm. Water has its own quiet presence. Drawn from a well. Carried in a bucket. Poured into a container. It reflects light differently depending on the hour. In the early morning, it may appear pale. At midday, brighter. In the evening, softer, touched by the fading light. These changes are seen, but not held onto. They pass gently through awareness. Animals move nearby, following their own patterns. A cow shifts its weight. A chicken scratches the ground. A distant bird crosses the sky. The child notices these movements in passing. They are not distractions. They are part of the same flow. In towns, nature feels more distant, but it is still there. It appears in smaller ways. A patch of sky between buildings. A narrow space where light falls through. The movement of air along a street. These small pieces of the natural world remain, even within the structure of stone and wood. The child may feel the warmth of sunlight for a moment while stepping outside. Or notice the coolness of evening air after a long day indoors. These sensations are brief, but they carry something quiet within them. A softness. A connection that does not need to be named. Rain changes everything in a gentle way. When it falls, the world slows. The ground becomes heavier. The air fills with a steady sound. Drops touching surfaces again and again. The child continues working through it. Moving carefully. Adjusting each step. The rain does not stop the rhythm. It becomes part of it. Snow brings a deeper stillness. Sound is softened. The world feels quieter, more contained. The child walks through it, leaving marks that fade slowly over time. The cold is sharper. The air clearer. But the pattern of the day remains the same. Nature does not interrupt the child's life. It shapes it. It surrounds it. It moves alongside it. The child does not stand apart to observe it. There is no distance. Only presence. Only the quiet experience of being within it. As days pass, and seasons change, this relationship remains steady. Not growing louder. Not becoming something different. Just continuing. Like the hours. Like the work. Like the slow movement of time itself. And within this, the child lives. Breathing the same air. Walking the same ground. Moving through the same quiet world that changes gently around them. Without needing to be understood. Only felt. Choice is quiet here. So quiet that it almost does not exist. The child does not wake and decide how the day will unfold. There are no options placed gently in front of them. No questions about what they would prefer. The day is already formed. It waits, fully shaped, before the child even opens their eyes. Morning comes. The tasks follow. Each one placed after the other, in a steady and familiar order. The child moves into them without hesitation. Not because they have chosen to, but because there is nothing else to choose. And over time, this absence of choice does not feel heavy. It does not press down or create resistance. Instead, it becomes something calm. Something steady. Something expected. In the countryside, the rhythm of routine is tied closely to the land. The same paths are walked. The same water is drawn. The same fire is tended. Each action returns again and again, like a quiet echo that never fades. The child does not ask if these things should be done. They are simply done. The body moves forward into each task as naturally as it breathes. There is a kind of ease in this. Not an ease of comfort, but an ease of certainty. Nothing needs to be decided. Nothing needs to be planned. The next step is always known. In towns and workshops, this pattern becomes even more fixed. The structure of the day is held tightly. Hours begin at certain times. Tasks repeat in precise ways. The child steps into this structure and follows it without deviation. There is no space to wander from it. but there is also no need to, because the path is already laid out. Each movement leads directly into the next, without question, without pause. This absence of choice creates a quiet acceptance, not something learned through thought, but something felt through repetition. The child does not resist the routine. There is no moment where the day is compared to something else that could have been. There is only what is. And what is, continues. In this way, routine becomes something steady and unbroken. It carries the child forward, hour by hour, day by day, without requiring effort to follow. Even small variations do not disturb this pattern. If a task changes slightly, it is absorbed quickly. If the weather shifts, the body adjusts. But the underlying rhythm remains the same. Unchanged. Constant. Reliable. There is a quiet calm within this. Not a calm of rest, but a calm of predictability. The child knows where each step will lead. Even without thinking about it, the day unfolds as it always does. Morning work, midday effort, afternoon wait, evening tasks, night rest, then morning again. This repetition does not feel endless. It simply feels normal. It becomes the shape of life. And within it, the child moves without needing to question anything. There is no sense of missing something else. No awareness of alternatives. Only the steady presence of what is already there. And so, acceptance grows naturally. Not as a choice, but as a quiet state of being. The child lives within the routine as part of it. Not separate. Not observing. Only continuing. And in this steady continuation, the hours pass. Measured not by decision, but by the gentle, unbroken flow of time. Time does not need numbers to be known. For the child, it is not something seen on a face or counted in careful units. It is something felt, something noticed in quiet ways, carried gently through the changing light of the day. Morning begins not with a signal, but with a soft shift. The darkness loosens. A pale gray forms at the edge of the world. Light enters slowly, touching the walls, the floor, the small spaces inside the home. It does not arrive all at once. It grows, almost like a breath being taken. The child feels this change before fully waking. The air is different. The stillness of night has begun to move. This is how the first hour is known. Not by a number, but by light. As the morning continues, the light becomes clearer, stronger. It spreads across the ground, across the paths, across the surfaces where work is done. Shadows form and shift, soft at first, then more defined. The child moves within this light. Working, walking, carrying. Each task shaped by the way the light falls. A shadow stretching across a path. A bright space near the well. A soft glow inside the home. These small changes mark the passing of time. Quietly. Without needing to be counted. At midday, the light reaches its highest point. It feels steady. Direct. It does not stretch or lean. It rests above everything, casting shorter shadows that stay close to their source. The child may not look up to notice this, but the body feels it. The warmth is stronger. The brightness more certain. The world feels open, fully revealed. This is the middle of the day. Not named, but known. As the afternoon begins, the light starts to shift again. Very slowly. It leans. It softens. Shadows grow longer, stretching across the ground in quiet lines. The brightness fades just enough to be felt, not enough to be seen all at once. The child continues working. But the environment begins to change. The air cools slightly. The light becomes warmer, touching surfaces with a gentle glow. These changes are subtle, but they carry meaning. They say that the day is moving forward, that evening is approaching. In towns, where buildings stand close together, light behaves differently. It moves between narrow spaces, slipping through windows, reflecting off surfaces, creating small areas of brightness that shift throughout the day. The child notices these patterns without thinking. A beam of light on the floor that was not there before. A shadow moving slowly across a wall. These are the quiet markers of time. Even inside, where the sky is not always visible, light continues to guide the day. As evening comes closer, the light softens further. It becomes warmer, gentler, less direct. It stretches across the land, across rooftops, across the spaces where the child has spent the day. Shadows grow long and calm. The world takes on a quieter tone. The child feels this change. Not through thought, but through presence. The day is slowing. The work is nearing its end. The light says this, without words, without numbers. Then, slowly, the light begins to fade. It does not disappear suddenly. It withdraws. Gently. Colors soften. Edges blur. The sky deepens. Inside the home, the fire begins to take the place of the sun. Its glow becomes the new source of light. Smaller. Closer. More contained. The child moves within this softer brightness now. Finishing the last tasks. Preparing for rest. Night arrives not as darkness, but as the absence of light. A gradual dimming. A quiet closing of the day. The child does not look at a clock to know this. There is no need. The body has already followed the light from morning to evening. Each change has been felt. Each shift has guided the rhythm of the day. In this way, time is not separate from the world. It is part of it. Carried in the sky. In the shadows. In the warmth and the fading of light. And the child lives within this natural movement. Not measuring it. Not dividing it. Only following it. Hour by hour. As it unfolds. In the end, there is no single moment that defines this kind of childhood. No clear turning point. No sudden realization. Only the slow accumulation of hours, gathered gently, one upon another, until they form something that cannot easily be separated into parts. A life, shaped quietly by repetition. By work. By light and shadow. By the steady rhythm of days that resemble each other more than they differ. The child grows within this pattern without stepping outside of it. There is no pause long enough to see the whole shape at once. Only the experience of each hour as it arrives. And then the next. And then the next. Morning returns again and again with its soft light. Tasks follow in their familiar order. Water is carried. Fire is tended. Work begins without hesitation, because it has already begun many times before. The body remembers what to do before thought forms. And so the day unfolds. Not as something planned, but as something known. Evening comes with the same quiet certainty. Light fades. The world softens. The fire becomes the center of warmth and presence. And the child moves through these changes without resistance. Because they are expected. Because they are familiar. because they are simply how the day is. Over time, what is remembered is not a single moment, but the feeling of many moments joined together. The weight of carrying water, the warmth of the fire, the sound of wind across open ground, the quiet stillness before sleep. These do not stand apart. They blend into one another. Like hours that do not announce themselves, but simply pass. In this world, childhood is not measured in dreams or long stretches of imagined future. It is measured in hours. Hours filled. Hours repeated. Hours lived fully, even when they feel ordinary. And when the child becomes older, these hours do not disappear. They remain, forming the foundation of everything that comes after. Not as memory in sharp detail, but as a deep, quiet rhythm that continues beneath awareness. The feeling of knowing how to move through a day without needing to be told. The understanding of work as something constant, steady, and necessary. The acceptance of time as something that does not stop, but flows gently forward. Even the silence of those early years remains. Not empty, but full in its own quiet way. Full of repetition. Full of presence. Full of the simple act of living through each hour as it arrives. And so, looking back not as a sudden act, but as a soft unfolding, there is nothing dramatic to see. Only continuity. Only the steady passage of days that shaped a life without needing to announce it. The child becomes part of that flow. Not separated from it. Not above it, but within it. And as the memory of those days settles, it does not speak loudly. It does not demand attention. It simply remains. Like the echo of footsteps on a familiar path. Like the last warmth of a fading fire. Like light slowly leaving a room at the end of the day. Soft. Quiet. And still. The hours continue, even in memory. And they continue, even here. Gently. Without end. There is a time in the early morning when the world feels unfinished. Not broken. Not empty. Just not yet fully formed. Before speech becomes common, before movement becomes organized, there is sound. Simple sound. Soft sound. The kind that exists without needing to be noticed. A wooden floor reacting to slow footsteps. A door shifting slightly as it is opened without hurry. A faint breath in cold air that still holds the memory of night. In this hour, work does not begin with instruction. It begins with presence. The child wakes into it, not as a decision, but as a continuation of what has always followed waking. There is no announcement that the day has started. It simply starts. Somewhere in the space between darkness and light, tasks begin to form again. Not in the mind first, but in the environment itself. A bucket is already where it was left. A tool rests where it was placed. A familiar route exists before it is walked. And so the body responds. Quietly. Without resistance. The first movements of the morning are not fully conscious. They are almost automatic. Hands adjust clothing. Feet meet the ground. Eyes open to a world that is still soft at its edges. The air is cooler here. More honest in a way that feels difficult to describe. It has not yet been shaped by the noise of the day. It simply is. And in this early space, even small sounds feel large. Water being poured. A fire being gently revived. The faint rustle of another person moving in a nearby room. Nothing is loud. But everything is present. There is a kind of honesty in this hour that does not last long. It does not need language. It does not need explanation. It exists before meaning is assigned to anything. Work, in this moment, is not heavy. It is not yet fully formed into effort. It is still close to rest. Still close to silence. And so it is done with less resistance than later hours. The child does not think of beginning or ending. Only continuation. Only the next small movement that naturally follows the last. Outside, the sky is only beginning to change. Light is not yet fully visible. But it is approaching. Softly. Almost invisibly at first. The land is still quiet in its own way. Not because nothing exists within it. But because nothing is yet in motion at full speed. Everything, and the early softness is folded gently into the larger rhythm of the day. Not lost. But carried forward. Quietly. Into everything that follows. There is a kind of memory held in objects that do not change. Not the memory of words or events. But something quieter than that. Something carried through touch alone. The child learns this early, without being told. A wooden handle becomes familiar not because it is described, but because it is held again and again. A bowl, a rope, a piece of cloth, a worn tool, each one gathers meaning slowly, through repetition. Not through thought, but through use. These objects do not feel new after a short time. They become known. And then, they become expected. The hand reaches for them without needing to look for them carefully. The body already understands where they are. How they feel. How they respond under pressure. There is a quiet comfort in this predictability. A steady assurance that nothing essential will suddenly change without reason. Even when the day shifts in small ways, these objects remain. They stay where they have always been. They hold their shape across time. In the countryside, this sense is even stronger. The same tools are used across seasons. They grow smoother with use. Edges soften slightly. Surfaces become worn in places where hands have touched them most. And in this where, something is recorded. Not in writing, but in form. A record of countless hours passing through the same motion. The child does not think of this as history. It is simply part of the object's nature. In towns and workshops, objects carry a similar presence. Machines repeat the same movements. Tools strike the same surfaces. Materials pass through the same processes again and again. And in this repetition, the object and the body begin to understand each other. Not as separate things, but as partners in a steady pattern. There is little need for adjustment once familiarity is formed. The hand knows the weight before lifting. The eye knows the shape before seeing fully. Everything becomes slightly anticipated. And in that anticipation, movement becomes smoother. Less interrupted. More continuous. The child does not notice this learning happening. It does not arrive as instruction. It arrives as ease. A quiet reduction of uncertainty over time. And with that ease comes a kind of stillness within action. Work continues, but without strain in the same way as before. Not because it is lighter, but because it is known. Even rest carries familiar objects. A place to lie down. A blanket. A surface that does not change often. These two become part of the same quiet understanding. The body recognizes them instantly. Without hesitation. And so even sleep begins with familiarity. Surrounded by what has already been known through many days. There is a comfort in this that is not spoken. It does not need to be. It is felt in the absence of confusion. In the absence of searching. In the simple fact that everything is where it should be. And as days continue to pass, these objects remain constant while everything else moves gently around them. Light changes. Seasons shift. The body grows. But the objects stay. And in their staying, they hold the shape of time in a quiet, physical way. Not as a record written down, but as something lived through touch. Again and again. Without needing to be remembered. Because it is always present. Under the hand. Within reach. Part of the same steady rhythm that carries the child through each hour. There is a kind of space that exists inside long, quiet hours. It is not empty. But it is not crowded either. It is simply open. In this space, thoughts do not arrive in a rush. They come slowly. One at a time. And then they leave just as gently. The child does not notice the space as something separate from the day. It is simply how thinking feels when the world does not demand constant attention in many directions at once. A thought about the weather may appear while working. Then fade. A small memory of a sound may surface briefly. Then disappear. There is no urgency to hold onto it. No need to develop it further. The next moment already carries its own attention. In this way, the mind moves in a rhythm that mirrors the body. Steady. Unforced. Returning again and again to the present task. In the countryside, this becomes especially clear during long stretches of repetitive work. Hands move while the mind rests lightly between motions. Not asleep. Not fully active. Just present in a softened way. Aware of the world without trying to shape it. There are moments when nothing is actively being thought at all. Only the sound of movement. Only the feel of air. Only the weight of time passing gently through action. And then, without notice, a new thought appears. Not as an interruption, but as a continuation. In towns and workshops, the pattern is similar, though shaped by tighter spaces and more structured movement. The mind still finds small gaps. Between actions. Between repetitions. Between brief pauses that exist even within steady labor. These gaps are not long. But they are enough for thought to breathe. And in that breathing, something simple forms. An awareness of the next step. A quiet recognition of what is happening now. Then the thought dissolves again. And movement resumes. There is no pressure for thoughts to connect into long chains. No expectation for reflection to build into something larger. Instead, thinking remains close to experience. Attached to what is immediately present. The child does not build long inner conversations. There is no need for them. The world itself provides enough structure. Enough direction. Enough rhythm. And so the space between thoughts remains open. Not filled. Not strained. Just lightly used. Like a path that is walked often but never crowded. At times, this openness creates a sense of calm that is difficult to describe in words. Not because something special is happening, but because nothing is pressing too heavily at once. Everything has its place. And everything arrives in its own time. Even emotion follows this pattern. It appears gently. Stays for a short while. Then fades without force. It does not accumulate in large, complex ways. It moves through the same rhythm as everything else. Quietly. Naturally. And in this way, the inner world of the child remains steady. Not silent. Not empty. But softly spaced. With room between each passing moment. Room between each thought. Room enough for the day to continue without interruption. And so the hours move forward. one after another, with nothing held too tightly, and nothing needing to stay longer than it naturally does. There is a place where the inside world meets the outside world. But in the 19th century child's life, this boundary is not sharp. It is soft, almost quiet in the way it exists at all. A doorway is not just an entrance or an exit. It is a small transition in temperature, in light, in sound. Stepping through it changes the body slightly before the mind fully notices. Inside, the air is still, contained, held by walls that keep warmth and sound close. Outside, the air moves differently. It carries wind more freely. It opens into distance. The child moves between these two spaces many times in a day, without thinking of them as separate worlds, only as different parts of the same continuous flow. Inside, sounds are lower, more consistent. The fire speaks in a steady, soft crackle. Footsteps feel closer. Breathing feels more present. Outside, sound expands. Even small noises travel farther. A bird call. A distant tool striking wood. The wind moving through trees or open fields. None of this feels unusual. It is simply part of where the body is standing at that moment. In the countryside, this transition is especially gentle. There are no hard edges between inside and outside. Doors open frequently. Light enters easily. Air moves through small gaps in walls and roofs. The home is not fully separated from the land around it. It is part of it. And so the child never fully leaves nature, even when inside. Nor fully leaves shelter, even when outside. They overlap. Softly. Continuously. In towns, the boundary becomes slightly more defined, but still not absolute. Walls are closer. Spaces are tighter. But even here, outside leaks in through small openings. Light through windows. Air through narrow passages. Sound through thin gaps in structure. The child learns to feel these differences without needing to name them. A shift in temperature signals a change in place. A change in echo signals a change in space. A difference in brightness signals movement between environments. There is no confusion in this. Only recognition. And so, movement between inside and outside becomes another quiet rhythm of the day. Open. Close. Enter. Leave. Repeat. Not as separate actions, but as part of the same steady sequence of living. Even the body responds to these transitions in subtle ways. It adjusts without instruction. Relaxing slightly inside. Engaging slightly outside. Without effort. Without awareness. Just adaptation. The child does not think of home as one thing and the world as another in a strict sense. Both are part of the same continuous experience. One offers warmth and containment. The other offers space and movement. And both are simply part of the day. As hours pass, these boundaries continue to be crossed gently. Many times. Without emphasis. Without interruption to the rhythm of work. And slowly, this creates a feeling of continuity between all spaces. Nothing feels fully separate. Everything feels connected through repetition and routine. Inside and outside become two sides of the same steady life. Both familiar. Both expected. Both quietly present in every hour that passes. And the child moves between them without pause. Without needing to think about the transition at all. Only living it. As part of the ongoing, gentle flow of the day. Waiting, in this time, does not feel like an event. It does not announce itself. It does not stand apart from the rest of the day. Instead, it blends into ordinary movement so completely that it is almost invisible. The child waits often, but rarely thinks of it as waiting. There are pauses between tasks. Moments where something is not yet ready. Times when a process must continue on its own before human hands return to it. In these moments, the body remains still, or nearly still. But the mind does not mark it as separate time. It simply continues existing within the same flow of hours. In the countryside, waiting may happen beside a slow process. Something cooking over a fire. Something drying in air and sun. Something settling into place after being moved. The child remains nearby. Not impatient. Not restless in a way that demands change. Just present. Watching without expectation. Or sometimes not even watching closely, but simply staying within reach of what is happening. Time does not feel stretched in these moments. It feels held. Softly contained. Like a pause that belongs naturally to the rhythm of the day. In towns, waiting takes different forms. It appears in brief pauses between steps of work. In moments where one task must finish before another can begin. In small delays that are not long enough to feel significant, but long enough to be noticed by the body. The child stands or sits within these gaps. Hands resting loosely. Eyes sometimes focused on nothing in particular. Or following small movements in the environment that do not require attention. Dust shifting in light. A shadow changing shape. A distant sound passing through a wall. These details do not become thoughts. They simply pass through awareness. And waiting continues. Not as tension, but as quiet suspension. A held breath in the structure of the day. There is no expectation that waiting should be filled with something else. It is not considered wasted. It is not considered empty. It is simply part of how time moves. Just as action follows action, stillness follows stillness. And both are accepted as natural. In this way, waiting becomes almost indistinguishable from rest. But it is not fully rest either. The body remains lightly aware, ready to move when needed. And so it exists in a middle space. Neither active nor inactive. Just present within the ongoing rhythm. The child does not learn to wait as a skill. It is absorbed gradually, through repetition. Through countless small moments where action pauses and then resumes. Over time, these moments do not feel separate at all. They become part of the structure of a normal day. As familiar as movement itself. Even emotional expectation adjusts to this pattern. Desire for something to happen quickly does not develop strongly, because everything is already understood to move at its own pace. There is little contrast between waiting and doing. Both belong to the same flow. Both are simply different expressions of the same steady passage of hours. And so the child remains within this rhythm without resistance. Standing when stillness is required. Moving when motion returns. Never needing to separate one from the other too sharply. As the day continues, waiting appears and disappears like everything else. Softly. Naturally. Without drawing attention to itself. And the hours continue forward in the same gentle way. One after another. Carrying both movement and stillness together, as if they were always meant to exist side by side. Repetition does not always feel like repetition when it is being lived. It feels like life itself. One action follows another, and then returns again on another day, in nearly the same form, with only small differences that are easy to miss. The child does not mark these returns. There is no need to. The rhythm already holds them. Morning work arrives the same way it did before. Hands move through familiar patterns. Paths are walked again. Objects are used, set down, and used again. Nothing about it asks to be remembered at the moment it happens. And yet, slowly, something begins to form underneath all of it. Not as a single memory, but as a quiet accumulation. A layering of repeated days that begin to feel like one long, continuous motion. In the countryside, this accumulation is tied to the land in a very simple way. The same field is crossed many times. The same water is drawn again and again. The same tools are held in the same ways, until their shape feels like an extension of the hand. Nothing is new in a way that interrupts understanding. And so memory does not form from surprise. It forms from familiarity. From recognition that happens without effort. In towns and workshops, repetition takes on a slightly different texture. The same actions are performed within tighter spaces, under more structured timing. But the effect is similar. The body remembers without needing to be told. It begins to anticipate what comes next. Not through thought, but through pattern. And because of this, time itself begins to feel less like separate days, and more like a continuous thread. The child does not say, "This happened before," in a reflective way. Instead, there is simply a quiet sense of recognition. A feeling that the movement being done now has been done many times already, and will likely be done again. But this recognition does not create distance. It does not turn life into observation. It stays within experience. Still active. Still present. Over time, repetition becomes something heavier in a very quiet sense. Not heavy like burden, but heavy like depth. Each repeated action adds another layer to what is already known. Each return strengthens the familiarity of the world. And because of this, memory does not form as isolated images. It forms as atmosphere. A feeling of how days move. How hours behave. How the body exists inside routine. There are moments when something slightly different happens. A variation in weather. A change in timing. A small interruption in sequence. These moments are noticed, but they do not break the larger pattern. They sit within it, like small shifts in a landscape that is otherwise unchanged. And then they pass. And repetition continues. Because repetition is not something that must be chosen. It is already in place. Already shaping the flow of life before it is ever noticed. The child grows within this structure. And so memory grows with it. Not as something collected intentionally, but as something formed through living the same hours in slightly changing light. And later, when these days are no longer being lived, what remains is not a list of events. It is a feeling. A steady sense of continuity. Of time that moved forward gently, without breaking its own rhythm. And even then, repetition does not feel lost. It simply feels complete. As if it had always known it would become memory. Quietly. Naturally. Without needing to be anything more than what it was. Growing older does not arrive as a moment. It does not stand in front of the child and announce itself. There is no clear point where childhood ends and something else begins. Instead, it happens in the background of the same repeating days. Quietly. Almost invisibly. The same tasks are still there. The same paths are still walked. The same hours still arrive in their familiar order. But something small begins to shift inside the body. Not in a way that can be easily pointed to. Only in a way that is felt over time. Movements that once required attention begin to feel more natural. Hands that once hesitated now act without pause. The rhythm of work becomes smoother, less interrupted. Not because the work has changed, but because the body has changed with it. In the countryside, this change is often tied to strength that develops slowly. Carrying becomes easier, not suddenly, but gradually. Distances that once felt long become ordinary. Tasks that once required help begin to be done alone. There is no moment of recognition attached to this. No celebration of becoming older in a defined way. It is simply noticed, in passing, that things feel different than they once did. In towns and workshops, the change is more closely tied to precision and steadiness. The child becomes more reliable in motion, less uncertain, more consistent in repetition. The work expects this development, but does not mark it as something special. It is simply how time works within the structure of labor. And so, growing older becomes something that is understood only in reflection, never in the moment itself. While it is happening, it feels like nothing more than continued living. The same hours, the same rhythm, the same steady flow. Even the way the body rests begins to change slightly. Fatigue still arrives, but it is met differently. There is a deeper familiarity with it, a quieter acceptance of its presence. It is no longer something surprising. It is part of the expected cycle of the day. Sleep also shifts gently. It still comes at the end of the same sequence of events, but it feels more continuous with waking life than separate from it. As if rest and activity are both part of the same long movement that never fully stops. There are moments when the child becomes briefly aware of time passing in a larger sense. A small realization that something feels different from a long time ago. But this awareness does not take shape into a strong thought. It passes quickly. And the day continues. Because the structure of life does not change around this awareness. It remains steady, uninterrupted. And so, growing older is not experienced as a turning point. It is experienced as accumulation. A quiet layering of days that feel the same while still changing the person living them. And only much later, when looking back from a distance that does not exist in childhood itself, does it become clear that something had been shifting all along. Not suddenly. Not sharply. But gently. Through repetition. Through hours. Through the simple continuation of living the same kind of day again and again. And in that continuation, childhood slowly becomes something that has already passed, even while it was never felt leaving. After enough time has passed, what remains is not the sharp outline of any single day, but the echo of many days layered together. They do not separate themselves anymore. They settle into one another quietly, like soft fabric folded again and again until the edges are no longer visible. The memory of those days is not loud. It does not demand attention. It exists more like atmosphere than event. A feeling of steady motion. A feeling of repetition that was once lived moment by moment, hour by hour, without ever needing to be questioned. In that long echo, the ordinary becomes the strongest presence. Not because it was dramatic, but because it was constant. Morning light arriving in the same gentle way. Work beginning without hesitation. Hands returning to familiar tasks. The slow passing of midday. The soft lowering of evening light. The return of night, without interruption. And then again. And again. Nothing about it stood apart at the time. And that is what gives it its shape in memory. Not intensity, but continuity. The child, once fully inside this rhythm, does not carry a sense of contrast. There is no strong division between one day and another. Only flow. And because of that, what is remembered later is not made of isolated moments, but of steady conditions. The feel of air at different times of day. The weight of silence in early morning. The texture of work repeated so often it no longer required thought. Even emotions, when they are remembered, do not appear as separate events. They blend into the same background rhythm. Small and passing. Never fixed in place for long. And so the past becomes less like a collection of stories, and more like a continuous environment that was once lived inside. A place made not of single memories, but of repeated experience. This is why ordinary days hold such weight in hindsight. Because they were not marked as special while they were happening. They simply continued. Without interruption. Without distinction. And in that continuation, they built something larger than any individual moment could contain. A life formed quietly through repetition. Through hours that did not ask to be remembered in order to matter. And even now, in reflection, there is no need to separate them again. They remain together. Softly joined. Still moving in a way that feels less like looking back at something finished, and more like sensing a rhythm that has never fully stopped. Just quieter now. Further away. But still present in the same gentle form it always had. As more time passes, even the sharp edges of memory begin to soften. Not in a way that erases them, but in a way that smooths them down, like stone shaped slowly by water that never rushes. Small details that once felt clear begin to lose their definition. The exact sound of a step. The precise angle of morning light in a room. The specific sequence of movements in a task that was repeated countless times. These things do not vanish. They simply stop standing out. They blend into the broader feeling of the life they belong to. What remains is not detail, but impression. A sense of how things were, rather than how they happened exactly. The rhythm stays. The repetition stays. The steady presence of hours still lingers in memory like a quiet background tone. But the fine lines between each moment begin to blur. This is not loss in a sharp sense. It is a kind of settling. As if memory itself understands that not everything needs to remain distinct in order to be held. In the countryside of memory, the land is still there, but less divided. Paths are no longer separated by exact turns. Fields are remembered more as open spaces than as carefully marked sections. The feel of work remains, but the precise steps of it fade slightly into one another. In towns and workshops, the same soft blending occurs. The structure is still present, but individual repetitions are no longer easily counted. The sound of labor becomes a continuous background rather than a series of distinct actions. Even time itself, when remembered, stops feeling segmented. It becomes more fluid. Less divided into hours, more understood as a long, continuous stretch of living. The child, once so fully inside each passing hour, is now remembered as moving through something larger and less clearly defined. Not because the hours were not real, but because they were so consistent that they no longer stand apart from each other in memory. This soft dissolving of detail does not make the past weaker. It changes its shape. From something specific, into something atmospheric. Something that can be felt without being precisely seen. And within this atmosphere, there is a quiet continuity that remains intact. The repetition is still there. The routine is still there. The sense of a life shaped gently by unchanging patterns is still present. It simply no longer needs to be broken down into parts in order to be understood. It exists as one long, quiet impression. And that impression does not press forward. It does not demand attention. It simply rests in the background of thought, like something that has always been there, and does not need to be examined closely to remain real. In this way, memory becomes less about holding onto exactness, and more about holding onto feeling. And the feeling that remains is steady, soft, continuous. Like time itself, no longer counted, but simply remembered as something that once moved quietly through everything. In the end, even memory begins to slow. Not because it disappears, but because it no longer needs to move with the same effort. What was once lived in hours, then remembered in patterns, now rests in something even quieter. A stillness that does not feel empty, only settled. There is no longer a sense of progression here. No sequence of days unfolding one after another. Only a gentle presence of what once was. The repetition that shaped childhood is still there, but it is no longer active. It does not move forward. It does not repeat again. It simply exists, like the echo of something that has already finished speaking. Morning no longer arrives, but the feeling of morning remains. Soft, faint, like light remembered through closed eyes. Work is no longer done, but the sense of steady movement through familiar tasks lingers as a kind of quiet impression. Not sharp enough to act upon, only clear enough to recognize. The rhythm that once defined every hour has dissolved into something less structured. No longer divided into parts. No longer measured. Just present as a background feeling that does not ask to be understood. Even time itself loses its shape here. It is no longer something that passes. It is something that has already passed. And what remains is not absence, but calm continuity without direction. There is no longer a distinction between inside and outside. Between work and rest. Between movement and stillness. Everything has softened into the same quiet tone. The child, as they once were, is no longer moving through this world of ours. But the trace of that movement remains. Not as action, but as atmosphere. A gentle reminder of a life once lived entirely within repetition. And now, even that reminder becomes softer, less defined, until it is no longer separate from the silence it rests in. There is nothing left to complete. Nothing left to follow. Only the final easing of all structure into stillness. And in that stillness, nothing resists. Nothing holds. Everything simply settles, as if it had always been meant to return here. Quietly. Gently. Without end. When time is no longer lived as a sequence, it stops feeling like something that moves forward. It becomes something that simply exists. Not divided. Not measured. Just present in a soft, indistinct way. The hours, once so clearly separated by light and work and repetition, no longer stand apart from one another. They do not arrive. They do not leave. They remain, all at once, in a quiet state of being remembered without urgency. There is no longer a morning that begins anything. No evening that completes anything. Only a continuous sense that what once was structured still carries a faint shape in memory. But that shape is no longer active. It does not guide movement. It does not demand attention. It rests. In this resting, the idea of before and after begins to fade. What once followed a strict rhythm now feels like a single, uninterrupted impression. A long, gentle continuity where nothing needs to be separated in order to be understood. The child's world, once built from repeated tasks and steady hours, no longer unfolds in that same way. Instead, it is remembered as a kind of atmosphere that held everything together without needing explanation. Work, silence, light, fatigue, waiting, repetition, all of it dissolves into a shared tone. Not erased. Just softened into unity. Even the sense of movement disappears here. Because movement requires contrast. And contrast no longer feels present. What remains is a stillness that is not the opposite of activity, but the absence of needing to distinguish between activity and rest. Everything becomes the same kind of quiet presence. And within that presence, nothing pulls forward. Nothing lingers too strongly. The feeling of time itself becomes almost weightless. As if it no longer has direction. Only depth. A depth that does not ask to be explored. Only noticed, faintly, like something far away that is still part of what once was. And even that noticing fades gently. Not into forgetting. But into acceptance that nothing further is required from it. There is no final moment here. No closing point that separates what was from what is. Only the gradual easing of structure into something softer than structure. Something that does not need to be named. And in that softness, everything that once moved through hours now rests together, without separation, without effort, without end. Just quietly there. As if it had always been this way. When nothing is marked anymore, even time stops feeling like something that can be noticed directly. It does not disappear. It simply becomes less visible. Like air that is still there, but no longer thought about. In this quiet state, the idea of days no longer holds its old shape. There is no clear edge between one and the next. No boundary that signals a beginning or an ending. Only a soft continuity that carries everything forward without interruption. The routines that once defined each hour are no longer active in memory. They do not stand in order. They do not repeat. They simply exist as a background sense that something once moved in a steady rhythm. That rhythm is no longer felt as motion. It is felt as stillness that has absorbed motion completely. Work, once a central structure, no longer separates itself from rest. Both are part of the same quiet impression now. Neither takes priority. Neither stands apart. They are simply different shades of the same softened presence. Even the idea of effort loses its contrast. Not because effort never existed, but because there is nothing left beside it to define it against. Everything has become uniform in tone. Gentle. Unbroken. In this way, ordinary time no longer behaves like something passing from moment to moment. It becomes something more like depth without direction. A still field where nothing moves forward, yet nothing is missing. The child, as a figure once moving through hours, is no longer distinct in this space. Not as a loss, but as a natural merging into the atmosphere of what once surrounded them. There is no longer a clear self-observing time. Only the quiet sense that something once experienced all of this from within. And even that sense fades gently. Because there is no longer a need for an observer. Only presence. Not active. Not passive. Just still. And in that stillness, even the idea of ordinary days becomes unnecessary. They do not need to be remembered as separate things. They do not need to be reconstructed. They remain only as a soft, unified feeling that does not change shape anymore. Nothing pushes it forward. Nothing pulls it back. It simply is. Like a calm surface that no longer reflects movement, because nothing is moving through it now. And so, what remains is not time as it was lived. Not time as it was counted. But time as it has settled after all counting has ended. Quiet. Even. and complete in a way that does not require explanation. There comes a point where even remembering feels unnecessary. Not because anything is forgotten, but because nothing is being searched for anymore. The past no longer appears as something to look back upon. It no longer forms images in sequence. It no longer unfolds. It simply rests, without movement, without pressure, without direction. In this quiet stillness, everything that once had shape becomes evenly spread out. No single moment stands higher than another. No hour carries more weight. Everything exists in the same gentle level of presence. The idea of childhood itself, once defined by repetition and hours, no longer needs to be separated from anything else. It is not a chapter. It is not a period. It is not even a memory in the usual sense. It is more like a softened imprint that has settled into stillness so completely that it no longer calls attention to itself. Work, silence, light, fatigue, waiting, all the elements that once built the structure of daily life no longer appear as parts of a system. They are no longer arranged in order. They are no longer experienced in sequence. They exist now as one quiet tone that does not change. Even the feeling of time dissolves further here. Not into absence, but into a kind of completeness where nothing needs to move in order to be understood. There is no forward direction, no backward reflection. Only a steady, unmoving presence that holds everything equally. In this place, the child is no longer separate from the world they once moved through. There is no distinction between observer and environment. No distinction between action and stillness. Everything has become part of the same quiet field. And in that field, even identity loses its edges. Not through disappearance, but through merging. What once was a life shaped by hours is now a calm continuity without division. Nothing interrupts it. Nothing defines it. It simply remains. And even remaining is not quite the right word anymore. Because nothing is being held in place. There is only stillness, so complete that it no longer feels like stillness at all. Just presence without change. And in that presence, everything that once moved through time rests without needing to move again. Quiet, whole, and fully at ease in its own unchanging calm. In this final quiet space, even the idea of forward no longer has meaning. Nothing is moving toward anything else. Nothing is unfolding into a next moment. There is only what is, held in a calm that does not require direction. What once felt like life progressing through hours has softened into something without edges. The sense of sequence has dissolved so completely that it no longer returns as a thought. There is no arrival, no departure, no transition between states. Only a still presence that contains everything at once, without effort. The routines that once shaped the day no longer appear as actions. They are not gone. They are simply no longer active. They exist like impressions that have settled so deeply they no longer rise to the surface. Work, rest, silence, movement, these distinctions no longer separate experience. They rest together, evenly, without contrast. Even the idea of change no longer holds. Because change requires something to differ from something else. And here, nothing is set against anything else anymore. Everything shares the same quiet tone. Not frozen. Not alive in motion. Just fully settled. The child, once defined by repeated hours and steady tasks, is no longer distinct in this space. Not as a memory that is being viewed, but as a presence that has merged into the same calm field as everything else. There is no longer a sense of life being lived. Only the after feeling of all living, resting without disturbance. Even thought no longer forms in a structured way. It does not build. It does not follow itself forward. It fades as soon as it appears, leaving no need for continuation. And in that fading, nothing is lost. Because nothing is being held in sequence anymore. Everything exists at once, softly and evenly, without pressure to resolve or continue. There is no conclusion waiting at the end of this. No final point to reach. Only a stillness that does not end because it is not moving toward anything. It simply remains. Not as silence after sound. Not as rest after effort. But as something complete in itself, without reference to what came before or what might have followed. And in that completeness, there is nothing further that needs to be said. Only the quiet recognition that even endings dissolve here, leaving behind nothing unfinished. Just calm. Without direction. Without return. Without need for anything more. And slowly, without announcement, the stillness begins to feel less like an ending and more like distance. Not disappearance. Just distance. As if everything that had dissolved into quiet presence is now gently stepping back into something more familiar again. The idea of the child returns not sharply, not suddenly, but like a softened outline forming again after being held too long in silence. And with it, the world returns too. Not as abstraction, but as life that was once simply lived. Hours begin to feel like hours again. Light begins to feel like morning and evening again. Work begins to feel like movement again, instead of still impression. The repetition that once dissolved into calm now reappears in its simplest form. A day beginning. A day continuing. A day ending. Nothing more complicated than that. And in this return, there is no loss of what came before. Only recognition that it was always part of something real and lived. The child moving through ordinary time. The steady rhythm of tasks. The quiet weight of familiar hours. All of it was never gone. It was only resting in a different way for a moment. And now it remains, gently present again in its natural form. Not abstract. Not dissolved. Just simple. And still. Like it always was at the beginning. And in that simplicity, everything becomes calm again. Not because it has ended, but because it has returned to what it always was. A life lived quietly. 1 hour at a time. When everything returns to a more familiar shape, the world is not loud. It does not become dramatic or sharp. It simply becomes real again in small ways. In sounds that are ordinary and steady. A door that moves slightly in its frame. A soft step across a wooden floor. The faint rhythm of work beginning somewhere nearby. These are not important sounds. But they are the ones that hold the shape of a day together. The child exists within them without needing to think about them. They are not observed. They are lived through. Morning, when it comes, does not announce itself. It spreads slowly through light and air. Rooms change color in a quiet way. The outside becomes visible again, not as something new, but as something continuing from before. And with that, movement begins. Not suddenly. Not all at once. But in small decisions that do not feel like decisions at all. Standing. Walking. Reaching. Returning to what was already familiar. The work of the day is not heavy in meaning. It is simply what fills the hours so they do not remain empty. And because it has been done so many times before, the body knows it without needing instruction. There is a comfort in this repetition. Not excitement. Not relief. Just comfort in knowing what comes next. Even fatigue, when it appears, does not feel like interruption. It feels expected. A part of the same long rhythm that begins in the morning and fades slowly into evening. Outside, time continues to be measured in light more than anything else. The sky shifts gently. Shadows grow and return. The world never stops changing, but it does so without urgency. And the child moves through all of it as though it has always been this way. Because for them, it has. There is no separation between life and the hours that hold it. No distance between effort and rest. Only the steady passing of a day that is always becoming the next one. And in that steady passing, nothing is missing. Nothing is forced. Everything simply continues. Quietly. Naturally. 1 hour at a time. Seasons do not arrive with clear instruction. They do not introduce themselves. They simply begin to change the edges of everyday life, slowly enough that no single moment feels like a turning point. The child does not wake up one day and feel that summer has started, or that winter has fully arrived. Instead, it is noticed in fragments. In small differences that appear across many days. The air feels slightly different in the morning. The light holds a different quality in the afternoon. The ground responds differently underfoot. In warmer times, movement becomes lighter in appearance, even if the work remains the same. The body adjusts without being told. Clothing feels less heavy. Breathing feels more open. Shadows stretch in a slower, softer way as the sun travels across the sky. In colder times, everything gathers closer. The air becomes sharper at the edges. Inside spaces feel more important, more protective. Work continues, but with a quieter tension in the body that comes from the cold itself, not from effort. Hands respond to temperature more directly. Breath becomes more visible in the morning air. These changes do not interrupt routine. They blend into it. Because routine is stronger than season in daily structure. The tasks remain. The hours remain. Only the atmosphere around them shifts. In rural life, the land itself reflects these changes most clearly. Fields that once felt open and full begin to quiet down. Then later, they regain fullness again in another form. Trees lose their weight and then slowly regain it. Paths become firmer or softer depending on rain, frost, or dry heat. The child moves through all of this without needing to categorize it. There is no naming of transitions. Only experience. In towns, seasonal change appears in smaller ways. Clothing changes gradually. Light behaves differently in narrow streets. Air carries different weight through open windows and doorways. Even sound can feel slightly altered, as if the environment itself has adjusted its tone. But still, nothing interrupts the steady pattern of the day. Work continues. Meals continue. Rest continues. The structure remains. Seasons only shape how that structure feels from within, not what it is. And because of this, seasons become something that is lived through rather than observed. They are not events. They are conditions. Background changes that slowly reshape the experience of the same repeating hours. Over time, the child learns them without learning them at all. There is no lesson. Only repetition across different conditions. And so, spring, summer, autumn, and winter become less like separate moments in time, and more like variations of the same continuous life. Each one familiar. Each one expected. Each one simply another way the same steady rhythm continues. And in that continuation, nothing breaks. Only the surface changes gently. While the hours keep moving forward in their quiet, familiar way. As time continues its slow passing through seasons and repeated days, something subtle begins to blur. Not in a confusing way, but in a calm, almost unnoticeable way. The line between working and resting begins to feel less sharp. Not because they become identical in action, but because both exist within the same steady rhythm. Work is no longer experienced as a separate state that must be entered with effort. It is simply part of being awake. Part of being present. The body moves into tasks as naturally as it moves into stillness afterward. There is no strong transition between them. Only a change in movement. In the countryside, work is often spread across long stretches of time. There is motion, then pause. Then motion again. But even during pause, the sense of being within the day does not disappear. The child remains close to what is being done. Not removed from it. Just briefly still beside it. Rest does not feel like departure from life. It feels like another form of it. Sitting in place is not separate from carrying water or walking a path. It is simply another position within the same ongoing flow. In towns and workshops, the structure is more defined, but the feeling remains similar underneath. There are moments of activity and moments of stillness, but both belong to the same pattern of hours. Even when the body stops moving, the sense of being inside the day continues. Nothing fully breaks. Nothing fully resets. Everything carries forward in a quiet continuity. Over time, this creates a kind of understanding that is not spoken. That life does not divide itself as clearly as it once seemed. It is not made of separate states. It is made of gradual shifts. Small adjustments between one moment and the next. And so the child begins to move through both work and rest without marking them as different in any strong way. One flows into the other. And then back again. Without sharp edges. Without interruption. Even fatigue fits into this same pattern. It does not stand apart as something outside the day. It becomes part of how the day feels from within. A softer tone running underneath everything else. Not stopping anything. Just existing alongside it. And in this quiet blending, the entire structure of daily life becomes smoother. Less divided. More continuous. As if everything was always meant to exist within the same calm flow of hours that never truly break apart. Only gently shift. From one form to another. Without ever leaving the rhythm that holds them all together. As the rhythm of days continues in this softened way, something else becomes quietly clear, though never spoken. There was never anything that needed to be held tightly. Not the hours. Not the tasks. Not even the passing of time itself. Everything moved on its own, with or without attention. The child did not guide the day so much as move within it. Like being carried by something already in motion. Work came. And it passed. Rest came. And it passed. Even waiting, even fatigue, even stillness, all of it moved through the same gentle structure without requiring control. And over time, this creates a quiet realization that does not form as a thought, but as a feeling beneath everything else. That life was never something that needed to be managed in pieces. It simply unfolded. In the countryside, this is felt through the land's own steady behavior. Nothing forces the seasons forward. Nothing holds them back. They shift on their own pace, regardless of effort or awareness. The child learns this not by hearing it, but by living inside it. Days pass whether they are noticed or not. Work is done whether it is thought about or not. And so attention slowly stops trying to hold everything together. In towns, the same understanding appears in smaller ways. Tasks follow one another without needing to be mentally arranged. Time fills itself with structure already in place. Even when the mind is not focused, the pattern continues. This creates a subtle ease in living. Not because life becomes easier in action, but because it stops needing to be constantly held in thought. Things are done because they are there to be done. And then they are no longer present. Nothing lingers in a demanding way. Over time, this becomes natural. The child does not learn to let go. There is nothing actively released. Instead, holding itself becomes unnecessary. And so attention loosens on its own. Not into emptiness, but into participation. Being part of the day rather than directing it. And in this state, even memory becomes lighter. Events do not need to be kept close in order to remain meaningful. They simply exist in the background of having been lived. Without pressure. Without effort. Without weight. Everything continues in this way. Not carried. Not controlled. Just unfolding, as it always has. Quietly. Naturally. 1 hour after another. There comes a point in this long unfolding where nothing feels incomplete anymore. Not because everything has been finished, but because nothing is asking to be finished. The day does not feel like something moving toward an end goal. It feels like something simply passing through its own shape, quietly and steadily, without resistance. In this feeling, even small things are no longer measured against anything else. A simple task is not small in comparison to something larger. It is simply what is happening in that moment. And that is enough. The child moves through this kind of day without searching for more than what is already present. Not through decision, but through familiarity with the rhythm itself. Everything arrives in its own time. Everything leaves in its own time. Nothing needs to be extended beyond what it naturally becomes. In the countryside, this is felt in the slow honesty of daily work. There is no expectation that each hour should feel different from the last. There is only the continuation of what the land requires, and what the body can give within it. And in that continuation, nothing feels lacking. Because nothing is being compared to something absent. In towns, even with structure and routine, the same quiet sense exists underneath. The day fills itself. Not perfectly. Not completely in a visible sense. But fully enough to move forward without tension. And that enough is not something decided. It is something discovered through repetition. Through living the same patterns so many times that the mind stops asking for anything beyond them. Even emotions soften into this. They appear, and then pass. Without needing to remain longer than they do. There is no pressure for them to become larger or more defined. They are simply part of the passing of hours. And so life becomes less about reaching something, and more about being within what is already here. Not striving. Not holding. Just participating in the steady unfolding of time. There is a quiet completeness in this state that does not announce itself. It does not feel like achievement. It does not feel like arrival. It feels like absence of need. And in that absence, everything continues with a soft kind of balance. Nothing is missing. Nothing is excess. The hours move forward as they always have, but now they do so without the feeling that they must become anything other than what they already are. And that is all. Quietly. Simply. Enough. An ending, in the way it is usually imagined, does not truly appear here. There is no final moment that stands apart from everything before it. No clear line where something stops and something else begins. Instead, things simply become quieter. Less distinct. more settled. The rhythm that once carried every hour continues, but without emphasis. It does not rise or fall in a noticeable way. It just remains, gently, as it always has. The child is no longer seen as moving toward anything in particular. There is no destination being approached. No final task waiting at the edge of time. Only the same familiar passing of days that never needed a reason to continue. In the countryside, the land still holds its slow cycles. Light still changes. Seasons still shift. But none of it feels like an event. It feels like continuation without interruption. In towns, the same quiet continuity exists beneath structure and repetition. Work still happens. Rest still follows. But neither feels separate enough to mark a beginning or an end. Everything blends into the same ongoing presence of living. Even memory, when it returns, does so gently. Not as something that calls attention to itself, but as a soft recognition that nothing ever truly stood apart. Everything was part of the same long, steady experience. And now, even that recognition becomes less necessary. Because there is nothing left to separate. Nothing left to define. Nothing left to complete. What remains is not silence as absence, but silence as fullness without edges. A kind of stillness that does not need to explain itself. It simply continues in its own quiet way, holding everything without effort. The feeling of time, once structured into hours and days, is no longer needed in that form. It has softened into something that does not divide or measure. Just exists. And within that existence, nothing is unfinished. Because nothing was ever required to be finished. Everything unfolded as it needed to, in its own steady rhythm. And now, it rests in that same rhythm. Not ending. Not continuing. Just gently being. Without announcement. Without departure. Without return. Only quiet presence, remaining as it has always remained. And then, very softly, something changes. Not loudly. Not as an interruption. But as a return of small definition. The world, once held in a single calm tone, begins to show faint edges again. Not sharp ones. Just enough to be noticed. A sense of morning light forming a direction again. A sense of space opening into distance again. A sense of time beginning to separate itself into moments that can be gently followed. There is no shock in this return. Because nothing was ever truly gone. It was only resting in a different way of being seen. The idea of a day begins to feel present again. Not as structure that demands attention, but as something that naturally unfolds. Light gathers slowly in familiar places. Movement returns in simple forms. A body rising. A hand reaching. A quiet continuation of what was always already in motion. The child, as part of this returning world, does not feel transition in a dramatic sense. There is no moment of waking into something new. Only the gradual reappearance of ordinary life. Work is not reintroduced. It is simply there again, as it always was, waiting in its familiar rhythm. Rest is not restored. It is simply part of the same flow as before. And slowly, the separation between silence and activity becomes natural again. Not divided. Just gently alternating. Like breath. In and out. Present and quiet. Moving and still. The land outside continues its slow, steady cycles. Light shifts across surfaces. Air changes its weight through the hours. Sound returns in small, familiar ways that belong to everyday living. Nothing is emphasized. Nothing is announced. Everything simply resumes its place within a world that never truly stopped. And in this quiet return, there is a gentle understanding forming again. That even stillness was part of the same rhythm. Not separate from life, but contained within it. And so, what continues now is not a new beginning, but the same world, seen again in its ordinary form. Soft, steady, and quietly real once more. Once the world returns to its simple shape again, it does not ask to be noticed in any special way. It does not try to stand out. It does not try to become important. It simply continues. A day unfolds without emphasis. Morning arrives in the same quiet manner as before. Light spreads without effort. Rooms become visible again, not as something new, but as something familiar returning to sight. The child moves within this return without pause. There is no sense of stepping into something different. Only the continuation of what has always been there. Work begins as it always has. Not as a demand, but as a pattern already known. Hands move through familiar actions. Feet follow familiar paths. The body responds without needing instruction. Everything feels slightly predictable in a way that does not press against the mind. It simply allows the day to proceed. There is no need to mark time strongly here. No need to divide it into careful sections. The hours do not insist on being counted. They move gently, each one blending into the next with a calm consistency. In the countryside, the land remains steady in its background presence. Fields, paths, and open air all carry the same quiet familiarity. Nothing calls attention to itself. Everything supports the slow unfolding of routine. In towns, the same quiet structure exists beneath more defined spaces. Movement through narrow streets. Work within enclosed rooms. Brief moments of pause that still belong to the same continuous flow. Even when the environment changes, the rhythm remains. And because of this, the day does not feel like something to be remembered in sharp detail. It feels like something that simply passed through. Not leaving marks that demand attention. Only leaving a soft impression that everything was as it should be. There is no urgency within it. No pressure to become anything more than what it already is. And in this, a kind of calm presence exists that does not need explanation. The child moves through it without separating experience into parts. There is no strong division between beginning and middle and end. Only continuation. And that continuation feels enough. Not because it is complete in a final sense, but because it does not require anything beyond itself. The day does not try to become a story. It does not try to become memorable. It simply unfolds. And in its unfolding, it remains quiet, steady, and unremarkably full in the simplest way. As if that alone has always been enough. As the ordinary day continues without trying to become anything larger than itself, attention begins to settle on what is small. Not because it is important in a dramatic way, but because it is what remains closest. A sound that repeats in the same place at the same time. A surface that has been touched many times before. A familiar motion that no longer needs to be thought through. These small things do not announce themselves. They are not chosen to be noticed. They simply appear within the flow of the day, as they always have. The child moves through them without separating them from the rest of experience. A hand placed on wood. A step across a worn path. A brief pause before continuing a task that has already been done many times before. None of these moments feel isolated. Each one is connected to everything around it in a quiet, unbroken way. In the countryside, these small details are part of the land itself. The texture of soil after weather changes. The way light rests differently depending on the time of day. The steady presence of living things that do not rush. In towns, the same kind of detail exists in narrower forms. The sound of movement between buildings. The repetition of footsteps along familiar routes. The subtle rhythm of daily activity that does not vary greatly from one day to the next. These details are not highlighted. They are lived through. And because they repeat so often, they begin to feel like part of the background structure of existence. Not something to analyze. Just something to exist within. Over time, the mind stops holding onto them individually. They blend together into a general sense of familiarity. A sense that everything is already known in its own quiet way. Nothing needs to be examined closely to be understood. And so the day continues without interruption from attention itself. There is no need to pause and reflect on each moment. No need to separate meaning from action. Everything remains gently connected, moving forward in the same steady rhythm. Even memory, when it forms, does not collect these details separately. It holds them loosely, as part of a larger feeling of having lived through many similar days. Not as isolated events, but as continuity. And in that continuity, the small things carry something subtle. Not importance in a strong sense, but presence. A quiet assurance that life was always made of moments like these. Simple, repetitive, familiar, and always already enough to fill the shape of a day. In the middle of such a life, understanding does not arrive as a separate act. There is no moment where experience pauses so that meaning can be formed around it. Life moves too steadily for that. It continues before anything like interpretation can take shape. The child does not step outside of the day to think about the day. There is no distance large enough for that kind of reflection to form while everything is still unfolding. Instead, things are simply lived. A task is done because it is there to be done. A path is walked because it is the one that is always walked. A moment passes because all moments pass in the same quiet way. And in this, understanding is not absent. It is just not separated from action. It exists inside it, quietly, without needing to be named. In the countryside, this feels especially natural. The land does not explain itself. It does not pause to offer clarity. It simply changes in its own slow way, and life moves with it. Work is done in response to what is already present, not in response to what is fully understood. In towns, the same pattern holds beneath the structure of daily routines. Movement happens first. Awareness follows, if it follows at all. Most of the time, nothing needs to be clarified in order to continue. And so, life proceeds without interruption from the need to interpret it. This creates a kind of ease that is not based on knowledge. It is based on participation. Being within the flow of events rather than standing beside them. Even confusion, when it appears, does not break the rhythm. It passes through like everything else, without stopping the day from continuing. And because of this, the need for deep explanation slowly fades into the background. Not because nothing is meaningful, but because meaning does not require separation from living in order to exist. Everything already carries its own quiet sense of being what it is. And the child moves within that without needing to define it further. Over time, this becomes the normal way of being. To act before understanding. To continue without explanation. To live within experience rather than around it. And in that way, the entire structure of life remains steady. Not built on interpretation, but on presence. Simple, continuous presence that does not pause to explain itself. Because it does not need to. It is already complete in the moment it is lived. As time keeps moving forward in its unspoken way, even the idea of separation begins to lose its sharpness. Things that once felt distinct slowly begin to touch each other again in quiet overlap. Work and rest no longer stand far apart. They share the same gentle ground. Silence and sound no longer feel like opposites. They move through each other without resistance. Even movement and stillness begin to feel like variations of the same continuous state. Nothing changes abruptly. Nothing breaks or reassembles. It all happens slowly, in the background of ordinary living. The child continues through the day as before. But what the day is made of feels less divided than it once did. A moment of action is followed by a moment of pause, and neither feels separate in a strong sense. They are simply different expressions of the same ongoing flow. In the countryside, this is felt in the way the land never fully shifts away from itself. Even when everything changes with the seasons, it remains the same place. The same quiet presence beneath every variation. In towns, despite structure and movement, the same continuity exists underneath. Life does not restart with each task. It continues through them. And so, what once seemed like separate parts of a day begin to merge into a softer whole. Not losing their shape, but losing their boundaries. There is a kind of quiet comfort in this merging. Not something that is noticed directly, but something that is felt in the absence of fragmentation. Nothing needs to be re-entered or left behind. Everything is already part of the same ongoing experience. Even thought follows this softened pattern. It does not stand apart from action. It does not interrupt the flow in a sharp way. It appears, gently, and fades just as gently, without demanding attention. And in this way, the structure of life becomes less like a series of separate moments, and more like a continuous field of experience. One that does not need to be divided in order to function. The child moves within this field without needing to understand its shape. There is no need to step outside of it to see how it is formed. It is simply where everything happens. And because everything belongs to the same continuity, nothing feels isolated anymore. Each part of the day supports the next without distinction. Each moment carries the next within it, quietly, without effort. And so the sense of separation that once seemed natural begins to fade into something softer. Something less defined. Something that feels, more than anything else, like continuity itself. Unbroken. Unmarked. And gently complete in its own quiet way. At a certain point in this long, steady unfolding, time stops feeling like something that stretches forward. It no longer feels like a line. It no longer feels like a path. It becomes something closer to presence itself. Not divided into earlier and later in any sharp way, but gently folded, layer upon layer, into a single continuous feeling of now. The child moves through this presence without needing to distinguish where one moment ends and another begins. There is no strong awareness of sequence. Only the soft awareness that something is happening, and then something else, and then something else again, all without separation that demands attention. In the countryside, this feels like standing within a landscape that does not change in order to be noticed. It simply exists in different forms across the day. Morning light, midday stillness, evening quiet, all belonging to the same place without breaking it apart. In towns, the same folding of time happens in smaller, closer ways. Rooms fill and empty. Streets become active and then calm again. Work begins and ends without ever feeling like it truly left the same continuous flow. Even memory begins to soften within this structure, not forming clear edges between events, but gathering them into a single, quiet sense of having been there. Not as separate scenes, but as one long experience that never fully needed to be divided. And within this, the idea of time passing begins to lose its urgency. Nothing feels like it is rushing toward anything else. Nothing feels like it is falling behind. Everything is simply present, in its own place, at its own quiet point within the whole. Even awareness itself becomes less focused on change. It rests more easily in what is already there, in what is already happening, in what does not need to be tracked in order to be understood. The child does not notice this shift as it happens. There is no moment of recognition. Only the gradual softening of distinction between moments until distinction is no longer necessary. And what remains is not emptiness. It is fullness without separation. A continuous presence that does not break itself into parts in order to be experienced. And in that presence, everything that once moved through ours now feels as if it has always been resting in the same quiet field. Not gone. Not arriving. Just there. Softly. Completely. Without needing to become anything else. In this softened field of continuous presence, something quietly settles even deeper. The sense that nothing needs to be different from what it already is. There is no push within the day to become another version of itself. No hidden demand for improvement or correction. Everything unfolds in the way it unfolds, and that unfolding is enough. The child moves through this world without the weight of comparison. There is no constant measuring of one moment against another. No sense that something earlier should have been otherwise, or that something later must be better. Each moment stands gently where it is, without judgment placed upon it. In the countryside, this acceptance feels like the land itself. Fields do not question their shape. Rivers do not hurry toward a different path. Trees do not resist the season they are in. Everything participates in what it already is, without conflict. In towns, even within structure and routine, a similar quiet acceptance exists beneath the surface. Tasks are completed because they are part of the day, not because they are being evaluated against something else. Time is filled because it moves forward, not because it must be made to mean something more. And so, the need for change as a requirement slowly fades into the background. Not because nothing changes, but because change itself is no longer treated as something that must be directed. It simply happens, as everything else does. Without emphasis. Without resistance. Even the mind, when it observes, does so less sharply. It no longer tries to reshape what is present in order to understand it. It rests more easily within what is already unfolding. And in that resting, there is a kind of quiet ease that does not depend on conditions being different. Nothing needs to be improved in order to feel complete in this moment. Nothing needs to be adjusted in order to feel real. Everything already holds its place within the same gentle continuity. The child does not form this understanding as a thought. It is not learned in words. It is simply the way life feels when it is lived without interruption from resistance. And so, the day continues in its natural shape. Not striving. Not correcting. Not seeking anything beyond what is already present. Only moving forward in the same soft rhythm that has always been there. And within that rhythm, everything remains quietly enough. Just as it is. And that is all. As the day continues in its quiet, unforced rhythm, something even more subtle begins to settle beneath awareness. A sense that nothing was ever truly separate to begin with. Not the moments. Not the hours. not even the experiences that once seemed distinct from one another. Everything was always part of the same continuous field, only appearing divided because it was being lived through in motion. The child moves through this realization without needing to name it. It is not a thought that forms and then remains. It is more like a soft familiarity that has always been there, becoming slightly more visible in stillness. Work, rest, silence, sound, movement, waiting, all of it begins to feel less like separate categories and more like variations of the same ongoing presence. In the countryside, this is felt in the way the land never truly breaks from itself. Even when it changes, it does not become something else. It remains the same place, expressing different conditions without losing its continuity. In towns, beneath structure and repetition, the same continuity quietly holds everything together. Life does not split into unrelated parts. It simply shifts form as it moves through the hours. Even memory begins to align with this sense. It no longer retrieves isolated fragments as sharply defined events. Instead, it rests in a more unified impression of having been there, within something continuous and whole. And because of this, the need to separate meaning from moment fades even further. There is nothing to isolate in order to understand. Nothing to divide in order to see clearly. Everything is already contained within the same quiet unfolding. The child does not step outside of this unfolding to observe it. There is no outside position from which it can be seen. Only participation within it, steady and unbroken. And in that participation, the sense of separation that once seemed natural dissolves into something softer. Not disappearance, but recognition that it was never as fixed as it appeared. Everything was always connected through presence, through continuity, through the simple fact of being lived in the same ongoing way. And so, what remains is not fragments of experience, but one quiet, unbroken field of life as it has always been. Still moving, still unfolding, but never truly divided. Only gently one. And in the end, nothing truly changes in a sudden way. There is no final turning point that marks a clear arrival somewhere else. Only a gentle softening of attention, as if everything has gradually become lighter without ever needing to leave its place. The world remains as it has always been, steady, familiar, quietly continuing. The child remains within it, not as something separate, but as part of the same living continuity that has been present through every moment before. Nothing is added. Nothing is taken away. Only the sense of needing to follow anything further slowly fades. What remains is simple presence. The kind that does not ask to be explained. The kind that does not reach forward or look back. Just the quiet feeling of being within what is already here. Work, rest, sound, silence, movement, stillness, all of it continues in its own natural way, but without emphasis now. Without weight. Without separation that needs attention. Even time, which once felt like something moving through hours, no longer feels like something to measure. It feels more like space that has always been here. Holding everything gently, without direction. The child, the day, the land, the light, all of it feels less like separate parts of a story, and more like one continuous presence that never needed to be arranged in order to exist. And because of that, there is nothing left to complete. No final understanding to reach. No final moment to hold. Only the quiet recognition that everything has already been here the entire time, unfolding in its own soft and ordinary way. And now, even that recognition becomes unnecessary. It settles. It rests. It does not continue forward. It does not end. It simply remains in a calm that does not require anything further. and in that calm, there is nothing more to say. Only stillness. And the gentle sense that it has always been this way. A 19th century morning did not begin with comfort or silence alone. It began with necessity. The child did not wake because the body was ready. They woke because the day already had work waiting inside it. Light came early or late depending on the season, and that light often decided how the morning would feel. In many homes, the air was still cold when eyes first opened. Not sharply cold, but steady and lingering, the kind of cold that stayed in walls and wooden floors through the night. There was no rushing at first. Only movement that followed habit. A small shift of the body. A quiet sitting up. The sound of others beginning to move in nearby spaces. Breakfast, if there was enough food, was simple. Bread. Porridge. Maybe milk. Nothing arranged for comfort in a modern sense. Only what was available, and what could be prepared quickly before the day's work began. The child's time was not measured in freedom. It was measured in what had to be done before the next task. There were no long pauses that belonged entirely to them. Even stillness had purpose. Even silence had structure. And yet, within this simplicity, life was not chaotic. It was steady. Predictable in its own way. The same routines repeated so often that the body learned them more deeply than the mind ever needed to. Outside, the world was already awake in its own quiet rhythm. Animals, tools, weather, distance, all part of the same unfolding environment. Nothing waited for permission to begin the day. Everything was already in motion. And the child entered that motion as if it had always included them. Not as something separate, but as something continuous. In the 19th century, work did not wait for adulthood to introduce itself. It arrived slowly, almost casually, inside the normal structure of growing up. There was no clear moment when a child stopped being only a child. Instead, responsibilities began to blend into daily life, one small task at a time. At first, they were simple things. Carrying small loads. Watching over younger siblings. Helping with whatever was already happening in the home or field. Nothing was framed as training for work. It was simply participation in what the household required in order to continue the day. The child's hands learned early what it meant to repeat motion. To do something not once, but many times, until it became familiar enough to do without thinking. In farming areas, this might mean following behind adults in the fields. Not leading. Not deciding. Just staying within reach of the rhythm already set by older hands. In towns, it might mean small errands, small tasks, small contributions to workshops or homes where everything depended on steady repetition. There was little separation between helping and working. The difference was mostly in size, not in meaning. And because of this, the idea of free time did not form in the way it does in later generations. Time not given to work was still part of life's structure. It simply shifted into other forms of usefulness or quiet presence. Even play, when it appeared, often existed close to the edges of responsibility. Short moments between tasks. Brief pauses when nothing urgent needed to be done. But even these moments were shaped by the same environment that shaped everything else. Work was not an interruption to life. It was part of how life maintained itself. And the child moved within this structure without needing to step outside of it to understand it. Because there was no outside position available. Only the ongoing flow of daily necessity. Over time, the body became accustomed to this rhythm. Not through instruction, but through repetition. Hands learned before thoughts could explain. movement learned before reflection could name it. And so work became less like an event, and more like a condition of being within the world. Something that was always already there. Softly continuing. Alongside everything else. School, for many children in the 19th century, did not always feel like a separate world from home or work. It was often smaller than it is imagined today. More irregular. More dependent on distance, weather, and what the family could spare in time and resources. Some children went only when they could. Others went for short seasons of the year, then returned fully to labor again. And many, in certain places and circumstances, did not attend at all in any steady way. When schooling did exist, it was usually simple in structure. A single room. A single teacher. Many ages together in the same space. The sound of voices learning aloud at different levels, overlapping without perfect order. There was often no silence designed for comfort. Only the steady presence of instruction and repetition. Reading. Writing. Simple arithmetic. Lessons that were practiced again and again until they became familiar enough to hold without hesitation. The child did not always move between school and home as two fully separate identities. Instead, it felt more like shifting between two forms of the same life. One structured by words and numbers. The other structured by hands and tasks. And both required attention in ways that were not sharply divided. There was often a sense of returning to something already known, even when the setting changed. Because learning itself was not separated from repetition. It was built from it. From copying. From reciting. From doing the same thing until it settled into memory. The pace was not fast. It did not need to be. Time itself was already slow in its structure. And so understanding came gradually, in layers, rather than in sudden clarity. Outside the schoolroom, the day continued waiting in its familiar form. Work did not pause entirely. Life did not reorganize itself around lessons. Instead, schooling had to fit inside the existing rhythm of survival and responsibility. And because of this, it often felt less like stepping into another world, and more like briefly entering a different kind of room within the same world. A room where the tools were words instead of tools of labor. But where repetition still shaped everything in the same steady way. And when the day ended, there was no sharp separation between learning and living. Only the continuation of both, quietly overlapping, without needing to be divided. Food in the 19th century did not carry the same sense of variety or choice that it does in later times. It was shaped first by what could be grown, stored, or afforded. And so, what reached the table often reflected the land, the season, and the limits of the household more than personal preference. Meals were simple in structure. Bread was common. Grains and porridges were steady parts of many days. In some homes, vegetables from nearby fields or gardens formed the base of what was eaten. In others, especially where poverty was present, even small changes in availability could shift the entire rhythm of eating. The child learned early that fullness was not always guaranteed in the same way from day to day. It came when it came. And when it did, it was not something to rush. It was something to experience quietly, without assuming it would always be identical again tomorrow. Eating itself was not a separated event in the way it is often considered later. It was part of the same continuous flow of daily life. A pause in work. A return to work. A moment of stillness within movement. In many households, meals were shared when possible, gathered around whatever space was available. There was little emphasis on presentation. Food was practical. It was meant to sustain the body so the day could continue. And because of this, the feeling of being full carried a simple kind of importance. Not comfort in excess, but relief in sufficiency. A temporary easing of hunger that allowed the body to return to its steady rhythm of tasks and time. The child's awareness of food was closely tied to routine. Certain times of day became associated with eating. Certain actions signaled that food might soon appear. And in this repetition, expectation formed not as anticipation of pleasure, but as recognition of pattern. Across seasons, food changed with what the land allowed. Freshness in warmer months. Stored or preserved foods in colder ones. Nothing remained constant, yet nothing felt entirely unpredictable either. Life adjusted to what was available, without breaking its structure. And so, food became part of the same quiet continuity that shaped everything else. Not separate. Not elevated above other parts of the day. But gently woven into the ongoing rhythm of survival, work, and rest. A simple, steady presence that kept life moving forward without ever needing to stand apart from it. Life in the 19th century did not stay in one steady emotional place. It moved, slowly and quietly, between ease and difficulty, often without announcing the shift. For a child, these changes were not always understood as separate conditions. They were simply variations in the same ongoing life. Some days carried a softness in them. Warm meals when possible. Work that felt familiar rather than heavy. A rhythm that could be followed without strain beyond what was already expected. And then there were other days. Days when weather made movement harder. When food was less. When tasks felt longer because everything required more effort from the body. But even in these differences, life did not break into two separate worlds. It remained continuous. The same house. The same paths. The same hands doing the same kinds of work, only under different conditions. Comfort was never fully permanent. Hardship was never fully absolute. They existed close to each other, often within the same week, sometimes within the same day. And because of this closeness, the child learned to move between them without expecting stability to remain fixed. There was no sharp surprise when conditions changed. Only adjustment. Slow, practical adjustment to what was present. In rural places, this was tied closely to the land. A good season could make work feel lighter. A poor season could make everything feel heavier. But the structure of life itself remained unchanged. Work still needed to be done. Days still needed to be lived. In towns, the same pattern existed in different forms. Work availability could shift. Living conditions could feel tighter or more open depending on circumstance. But again, life continued through it without stopping to define each change as something separate from the whole. And so, over time, the child developed a quiet familiarity with uncertainty itself. Not as something dramatic, but as something normal. Something that belonged to the natural movement of days. Comfort was appreciated when it appeared. Hardship was endured when it arrived. And both passed, as everything did, back into the same steady flow of life that never fully paused for either. In this way, existence did not divide itself into stable categories. It remained fluid, quietly shifting, always continuing forward in its own ordinary, unmarked rhythm. In a world without constant clocks shaping every moment, time was not always something seen as numbers or divisions. It was something felt. Not clearly defined, but quietly understood through repetition and environment. The position of the sun mattered more than a fixed hour. The length of shadows mattered more than a written schedule. The feeling of fatigue in the body often marked time more clearly than anything external device could. The child learned to recognize time through patterns that repeated in the world around them. Morning was not a number. It was light entering rooms in a certain way. Afternoon was not a label. It was the slowing or steady continuation of tasks under a changing sky. Evening was not a fixed point. It was the softening of activity as light began to leave. In this way, time was not separate from life. It was embedded within it. Every action carried its own sense of timing, shaped by context rather than strict measurement. Work began when it needed to begin. It paused when it needed to pause. Not always with precise structure, but with a kind of practical rhythm that was understood through repetition. In rural life, this was especially clear. The land itself guided much of the day's movement. Weather, seasons, and daylight acted as quiet signals that shaped what could be done and when. In towns, while schedules were more present, there was still a strong reliance on shared understanding rather than strict individual timing in many everyday situations. Time was not something constantly checked. It was something lived within. And because of this, the awareness of time remained soft at the edges. It did not demand constant attention. It moved in the background of experience, gently shaping the flow of the day without needing to be named repeatedly. The child did not separate time from activity in a clear mental structure. They experienced both together. Action and timing were part of the same moment. And over time, this created a natural alignment between body and environment. A sense that life itself carried its own timing, already embedded within it. Not something imposed from outside, but something quietly present within everything that was done. And so, time continued in its soft form. Not as a sequence of strict divisions, but as a steady, living rhythm that could be felt more than it could ever be measured. As time is lived through feeling rather than measurement, memory begins to form in a different way than it does in structured records or careful recollection. It does not organize itself into clean lines. It does not always separate one day from another with clarity. Instead, it gathers in layers. Soft impressions that sit near each other without strict boundaries. The child does not store experiences as neatly divided events. There is no need for exact order in daily life as it is being lived. One moment blends into the next. One day feels much like the one before it, with only small differences in weather, energy, or circumstance. And because of this repetition, memory becomes less like a list and more like a feeling. A general sense of having lived through many similar patterns of light, work, silence, and movement. In the countryside, this becomes especially clear over long stretches of time. Fields worked in one season begin to merge in recollection with fields worked in another. Not because they are forgotten, but because they are experienced as part of the same continuous relationship with the land. In towns, memory behaves in a similar way beneath the structure of activity. Streets, rooms, and routines repeat themselves so often that they begin to feel familiar in a single, unified sense rather than as separate occurrences. There is little need for precise mental cataloging of each day. Life does not require it, and so the mind does not insist on it. Instead, what remains is a softer accumulation of experience. A sense of having moved through time, rather than having carefully marked each part of it. Even when something distinct happens, it does not always stand apart sharply in memory. It often settles into the same background as everything else. Not erased, but absorbed into continuity. And in this way, memory stops demanding order. It stops insisting on separation. It becomes more like atmosphere than structure. A quiet presence of everything that has been lived, held gently without needing to be arranged. And because of this, the past does not feel like a series of broken pieces. It feels like one long, steady unfolding that never truly needed to be divided in order to be real. Just gently remembered as a whole. Soft, continuous, and still quietly present. As memory softens into atmosphere, something else begins to fade as well, the sense of clear beginnings and clear endings. Not suddenly, but gradually, in the same quiet way everything else has been changing. A day no longer feels like it starts with a distinct point. There is no sharp line that says now it has begun. Morning simply becomes more present than night. Light replaces darkness without needing to be announced. And life continues forward without a moment that feels like a true entry into it. In the same way, endings lose their sharpness. Work does not always conclude with a clearly marked finish. It slows. It settles. It transitions into stillness without declaring itself complete. Even rest does not feel like a separate destination. It arrives gently, as part of the same ongoing rhythm. The child moves through these transitions without needing to identify them. There is no requirement to label where something starts or stops in order for it to be lived properly. Everything exists in gradual change rather than defined boundary. In the countryside, this is reflected in the natural world. Night does not switch into day. It yields. Slowly. Without resistance. And day does not end abruptly. It fades. Softly. Across the land, there are no sudden breaks in continuity. Only shifts in presence. In towns, even within structured routines, the same softness exists beneath activity. Tasks begin because conditions allow them. They end because they are naturally finished. Not always because a strict line has been crossed, but because movement itself changes direction over time. And because of this, life becomes less like a sequence of separate chapters, and more like one continuous flow that simply varies in intensity. The idea of before and after becomes less important than the feeling of ongoing presence. Nothing is held as a fixed point for long. Everything transitions into something else without needing to be separated clearly. And over time, even the mind stops searching for those sharp divisions. It accepts the softer structure of experience. One where beginning and ending are not fixed events, but gradual movements within the same living continuity. And in that continuity, nothing feels cut off. Nothing feels isolated. Everything remains gently connected, moving forward without interruption. Just as it always has. As time continues in its soft, uninterrupted way, even the idea of change begins to lose its sharpness. Not because life becomes still, but because movement itself becomes so constant that it no longer feels like interruption. The child does not notice transformation as something separate from daily experience. There is no clear moment where one way of living becomes another. Only gradual shifts that are felt more in hindsight than in the moment they occur. Clothing wears down slowly and is replaced without ceremony. Bodies grow stronger or more capable through repetition, not through sudden turning points. Work becomes easier not because it changes, but because familiarity grows inside it. And so, what might later be called change does not feel like change while it is happening. It feels like continuation with slight variation. In the countryside, the land itself reflects this quiet transformation. Seasons do not replace each other sharply. They slide into one another, carrying traces of what came before. Cold does not disappear suddenly into warmth. It softens gradually until warmth becomes more present. In towns, the same subtle transitions shape daily life. Routines adjust without announcement. Conditions shift without breaking the structure of the day. And life continues through these shifts without needing to pause and define them. Even relationships, surroundings, and personal routines do not feel fixed in a rigid way. They evolve slowly, almost imperceptibly, as part of ongoing living. And because of this, the mind does not always register change as something separate from stability. They exist together, side by side, within the same continuous field of experience. Over time, this creates a sense that nothing ever truly leaves its place completely. It simply becomes something slightly different within the same flow. What was once new becomes familiar. What was once unfamiliar becomes ordinary. And what was once ordinary becomes part of the background of life itself. In this way, change does not stand out as a disruption. It becomes the natural texture of continuity. Always present. Always subtle. Never fully separate from the quiet rhythm that holds everything together. And so life moves forward not in leaps, but in gentle adjustments that feel, more than anything else, like the same calm unfolding continuing in its own steady way. And in the end, even the idea of the end does not arrive in a sudden way. There is no clear boundary where everything stops and something new begins. Only a soft settling, like dust that was never disturbed in the first place. Life does not close itself. It simply continues in a quieter form of awareness. The child, the days, the work, the seasons, all of it remains, but not as separate pieces that must be followed or completed. Instead, it exists as a single, continuous presence that never needed to be divided so precisely. What once felt like movement through time now feels like time moving gently through everything at once. Not rushing. Not pausing. Just existing in a steady, unbroken way. Even memory no longer feels like something being looked back upon. It feels like something already fully contained within the same still field of experience. Nothing is being reached for. Nothing is being left behind. Everything is simply here, in its own quiet completeness. In this stillness, there is no demand for continuation. And there is no need for conclusion. Because nothing was ever truly separate enough to require either one. The feeling of life itself becomes softer than structure. Less like a sequence. More like presence without edges. And in that presence, nothing insists on being held. Nothing insists on being released. Everything rests in the same calm, unchanging tone. Not ending. Not continuing. Just quietly being. As it has always been. And as it always remains. And slowly, even this long drifting journey begins to fade back into something simpler. Not because it is finished in a strict way. But because nothing needs to be carried forward anymore. The past does not press against the present. The images, the sounds, the long quiet hours of imagined life, they all begin to soften at the edges. Like a story that no longer needs to be followed line by line. Only felt for a moment, and then allowed to rest. There is no final discovery waiting at the end. No hidden meaning that completes everything. Only the quiet understanding that ordinary life has always been made of these same gentle pieces. Light changing. Time passing. Work beginning and ending. Rest returning again and again. And now, all of it settles into stillness. Not as an absence, but as a calm return. The feeling of sitting here, in this moment, where nothing is required except being here. Breathing without effort. Thinking without direction. Letting everything else drift a little farther away. The world outside remains as it is. Continuing in its own steady way. And everything that has been imagined, remembered, or gently observed begins to rest within it again. Not held. Not lost. just quietly placed back into the flow of things. And there is nothing more that needs to follow. Only this soft ending. That feels, in the most natural way, like it has always already been here.